Are we good? Can you hear me too? We are disco. What up, Jackie? How you feeling? All right. All right, what are we going to talk about? It's been like 3 months since my last live, I think. All right. I want to talk about Wendi. I don't know where we're going to start, but let's figure something out. Thank you, Jackie. And I appreciate y'all binge watching. I've been seeing a lot of comments, people saying that they've been binge watching the Wendy's television series. And I really appreciate it. Like, I'm not, the most popular of content creators covering the Adelsons or the Dan Markel case, but I could get 6,000, 10,000 views on a video and they're all solid. It's not like, when people watch one video, they watch them all if they're new. And then I have people that say I just come back and watch them all again because I think I missed something. And for the amount of time that I put into doing these videos, if y'all knew how long it takes to make a 30-minute video, it's not like it feels really good to see people watch my stuff repeatedly or on repeat, Michelle from Maryland. The last live was when you were in Italy. Yep, I was in Sardinia at the time. Yeah, I was in Sardinia. I'm trying to keep up with the chat because you know how I am. Donna is hating it right now. Look, jail for her to go to jail. I think she was probably in a really bad place mentally because it's a shock. Like when you first get locked up, like confined, it's a shock. So well before she was even sentenced. I mean, she's probably used to it now, but she still hates life. Because she just squandered all of it because of her own rabid entitlement and selfishness. But it doesn't really start with, I don't think it really starts with Donna. It's like Wendi is a crazy manipulator. And I think, how can I put this? I think Wendi wanted to be divorced from Dan, moved to Southern Florida, but just wanted to move to Southern Florida. She wanted a free babysitter, and that's why Donna wanted her to move to Southern Florida. And for all this to take place, Charlie's necessary because Charlie is Donna's problem solver. Like, Charlie doesn't care about Wendy's situation. He's living the rich bachelor life, you know? So he doesn't care about custody situations or anything like that, but he cares about getting that approval from Donna. And if you have hopefully you weren't raised by a toxic mother, but it's like Donna's a whole different type of person, but depending on where you are and the siblings or whatever, you probably are like Charlie, who's just he's never going to be good. He's just going to have to keep on this, like running on an escalator going down and you're trying to get to the next floor. That's what it's like having like a toxic mother. I mean, I just made that analogy up, but that's the best way I can describe it. You're never really enough. You just run out of energy just trying to get that approval. And it's just not really, you don't really get it. Her texted Dan wanting to know about if he's going to be in town for his own. We talked about this yesterday. Dan, before when I saw his text from July 6th that said, when he asked him if he was going to be in town, and he's like, he said, can she have the kids that day on her week, you know? And he said, yes, you can. He didn't tell her if he was going to be in town or not. And I'm the type of person, I have a certain life experience where I don't tell people where I am. I'll be vague about it. Like, are you at home? Oh, I'm around. I'll say I'm around, or I'll say something like that, or I should be, you know, but I'll never say I'm at this specific location. Because if you say where you are, you'll know where you're not. And they'll know where you're not. But he just handed it to her. When I heard that voicemail from 9:04 a.m. on July 18th, I'm like, damn. That was it hurt to hear that, because he told her all his plans. Yeah, it isn't about numbers. It really isn't. Like, some people play games with the numbers. Like, they might have a solid following, and they'll have a decent amount of views, but they add some, you know, and I think for some it creates a momentum in them getting more views, because when people see like a video that just came out and has like 15,000 views in a couple hours, it people will want to watch it. If it has like 12 views, they're like, nah. But in the end, YouTube will delete them shits. And then when people notice that you have like fake comments and stuff like that, it's not going to help you. It's not going to be much. Nah. Thank you, Madeline. I really appreciate you. I appreciate it. Listen, just watching my videos is good for me. You know, like, I don't, you know how some others are, they want something from you, but if you how can I put this? I'm not gonna like ask you for stuff, and I don't play those games. But I appreciate just watching my videos. When I see those comments, it's like I just binge watched your whole series, and then people get put onto a case that that they weren't familiar with, like the Madeline Soto case, and just because they watched one, they watched the other ones. I love that. Wendi is gonna get hers, and I really thought it was gonna happen this week, just off the pattern on how they've been arresting everyone during or directly after a trial. But this case is different because it's prosecuted in the state, but it's run by the feds. There are, on Donna's trial, there were 30 federal agents. 30. Which is, thank you, Devo. If 30 feds are on your case, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. That's kind of how I came up with the Wendi, the Whendi. I've seen some people use it, but I made that shit up. And I can tell you that Wendi, even though she's free, she's mentally, she's not. There's a certain type of anxiety that comes with the feds closing, or the possibility of the feds closing in on you. And it's bad. And you'll have nightmares, you'll have all kinds of problems. Like having anxiety, anxiety is normal, but when you have just an anxiety attack, you in your mind, you know that there's no real danger, but when the danger is real and you have anxiety, it's different. It's very different. Like I've had nightmares in my nightmares. Like it's bad. It's something that you don't want. I can't keep up with the comments. I want you to cover so many other cases. What cases? What other cases? And thank you for the Jesus. Thank you. I wow. I really appreciate this, y'all. No mask. Nah, I after I got doxxed on Reddit, which is a whole nother story, but they threatened to post my face, and all right. So yeah, so I just, because they found pictures of me, and they posted them on Reddit, and it was and they were good pictures too. It wasn't like I wasn't looking crazy in any of them. Like they were the best pictures you can find of me online, right? And it's like, you're threatening to post these. All right then. So yeah, it was a few reasons why I wore it, but I'm all right now. But what other cases though? Weird night randomly clicked on Jackie saying Jermaine's live and heard about your channel and just binge watched all 8 Wendi videos. Was feeling a letdown and saw you were live. I'm riveted. Riveted. I appreciate you watching, and Jackie for sharing my video, and y'all that watch Jackie that put her on to me. I appreciate that. Like, I think it's kind of because I've only been posting videos on YouTube for not that long. So when I watch other people that I like, and I see things that I don't think are too effective, like if you're asking people to do things, like I've never asked anyone to subscribe or to do anything like that, because I think if the content is there, you're gonna do it. So like when people are like, I mean, to each his own, but when people are like, smash that like button and subscribe, but before you even give them a reason to do either of those, I'm not. I just like the content to speak for itself. And when people share it, it's a real. I can see the effect of it. It's pretty obvious. Joe Gurley, I started following you when you covered Maddie's case. Your perspective is really fascinating. Please don't stop doing what you do. Look, thank you. And creatively, I'm always doing something. Like videos mainly now, but like well, in real life, I do graphic design, I print merch, I do all that stuff. That's my main lane. I edit videos for other people too, but I'm always creating something. I'm always editing something. I'm taking a picture of something or filming a bumblebee in slow motion at 250 frames per second. Like I'm always doing something, but like I'll never stop with videos or true crime stuff, because I think I didn't really notice this, but I have a way of figuring things out that is, I'd say, is unique. So, and it's really just, I do it effortlessly. I'll watch a case and then I might not have like a reaction for it or just, but if I see a case such as this one or like Madeline Soto, I'll get this feeling that it's just like, oh, I got this one. And it's I'll have a whole assessment of what I'm trying to convey, like in my head. I don't have it like a creative process as some people have. I have everything in my head already. So it's just a matter of putting it on the screen for you. Courtney Clinty is Courtney Clinty is the girl with the Nigerian boyfriend in Miami with the, that's her? That's her, right? I think that's her. I literally have a whole new understanding of all the workings between all the players. Look, it's it's interesting, like when people talk about the cases on Reddit and on YouTube, most of the people on YouTube don't know a Luis. They don't know a Sigfredo. They don't know those types of people and really understand how they move. And it's like, I'll see like comments talking about certain people, and I'm like, no, these dudes are smart in a different way, in a very different way. and they'll say like, "Oh, this person is like Luis is illiterate. He's dumb." Luis is one of the scary. That's a scary dude, yo. A dude that can't read. All right, first of all, short, fat Puerto Rican dudes are dangerous. Okay, I'll just tell you that right now. That's a fact. The shorter they are, the more problematic they are, and the fatter they are, the richer they are. It's just kind of like these are facts. And so someone like Luis is if he doesn't read words he's illiterate, but he reads people. And that boy in paperwork has caught FBI surveillance, just like, oh, there they are, and breaks up whatever they were doing. And his motives for getting involved in this case were only to keep Sigfredo from doing something and getting caught immediately. And they were both under federal investigation at the time that they killed Dan Markel. People say that they were, what's the word? Like Luis was locked up for an unrelated crime. No, it's related. They were under investigation at the time, and they didn't arrest Sigfredo. Do you think Whendi is about to run? Apparently, the home she was renting in Texas is back on the market. No, because I don't think she's no, because I think that they're watching her 24/7. They know they probably have an open warrant on her phone right now just to keep her location based on what her mom did. I think Wendi is someone who, given the opportunity, is a self-deleter, potentially. She seems like the person that's so hung up on how she appears in the public. Even though she looks cool as a cucumber in her trials, like deep down, that girl is dealing with some demons. And it's like, to have her after all these years go from really arrogant and smug, and gradually her vibe has gone from arrogant and smug to like, this is going to happen sooner or later, right? She's become grounded. I guess that's the word. And I just don't think, I think some people are not willing to face any consequences. And I don't think Wendi has ever really faced any real consequences because she's able to do certain things to get what she wants. And so I just see it that way with her, because I don't think she'll do well in jail or let alone prison. Thank you, Grace. I'm really flattered by that when people say that. Like it's there are a lot of creative people, but most people who are creative, they're the product of their creativity, most people aren't interested in. And I'm lucky that I make a living off of my creativity, of just random shit I think of or things that I observe, and I just make videos or I paint or whichever it is. And so like I appreciate that. Specifically a video with the close-up of the hoodie. I think, are you talking about the Madeline Soto hoodie? I think that's what you're talking about. Let me scroll up. Oh yeah, Courtney Clooney, and I forgot homie's name. He's Nigerian. I can't. He's got one of those. He's got one of those like weird Nigerian, Americanized Nigerian names, like Toby or something. Is it Toby or something? I don't know. Who's smart to sign up for songs and video shorts? I'm not. I gotta. I'm not good at catching up with all these comments. Carolina, I haven't seen you in a while. It's like a puzzle to you that your mind solves. The way your mind works reminds me of Jeff Lacasse, except I think your mind works much faster. I think like in a literal sense, the way that Jeff figures things out is based on data. Like he is a researcher. He has a PhD in like psychiatry and all that stuff. It's based on data and subjects that are talked about in books. I think he recognizes the patterns after they're all written down for him. I recognize patterns and things that don't normally go together. So if it's faster or not, I don't know, but I think he has like really good pattern recognition and deductive reasoning. He's definitely got a lot of degrees. I didn't go to college. Like he's definitely has the degrees to say that. I don't have any degrees. I'm not good at school. I have a certain knack for just assessing things, and in whatever plane I'm flying with whatever theory tends to land, and it's kind of dope. Now that with videos, I can, instead of just talking to people I know in person, I have this crazy idea, and they're like, I can show it to you and explain it, and it makes it a lot easier for me to convey the information. Did Wendi give Garcia a bonus to get it done ASAP? I don't think. I think Wendi. The money that she gave Wendi was in addition to the money that Sigfredo was supposed to get in the beginning. Okay, I'm gonna break down like a little bit the Wendi and Sigfredo connection, because no one else is talking about it, and I'm the only person that's really brought this up. And I've gotten a lot of, oh, that's impossible, or whatever, a lot of different things, but I'm telling you from not experience in this type, but like just how certain things work. This couldn't happen without Wendi getting at Sigfredo. And it's because of Katie. And if I could, geez, this dog. He's damn near dead. I have a Chihuahua. He's 17, and he's high maintenance. Like I have to, but he has like kind of like doggy dementia. So I can't tell what he wants right now. It's kind of, It's kind of sad, but he's an old man, but he's just walking in circles right now. I'm just kind of worried. All right. Let me break this down for you. Hopefully I can figure out how to get the visual. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do like a share, whatever. Okay. All right. I think I have something. Oh no, that's not it. All right, if y'all know StreamYard, how do I share like a tab so I can go to YouTube real quick and just look up something? If y'all know, can someone tell me? All right. I'm trying to figure out how to put the video on the screen, but I don't pay no one hit present. How do I do like a YouTube screen? Yo, how do I do that? Oh no, this is not it. Hold on. Come on, y'all. All right. That's all right. Part of another video. Give me a second. That's not the one I want to do.
Second trip that he was frustrated and that something had that made you realize.
Yeah, that okay, like
that
this
he wanted
is
a
a lot
murder.
more than what's, you know, he's
Okay. So something he said made you realize that he wanted Dan Markel killed and not just beat up.
Yeah.
During that time, we got about a month time frame of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you go in July and you go and get that money from Charlie for them to go back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You get.
Oh, this hoe is lying. Give me a second. I'm gonna find the right one.
Going at it. So that's what you're trying to say. So even though Sigfredo's living his life, you're still with Charlie, and Charlie's continuing to come at you Kate, why isn't this happening? Hey, let's get this
I mean,
done.
I would
Hey,
relay-
this is still an issue.
I relate it to Sigfredo, but Sigfredo didn't care. Like
To
half
him,
the time,
it wasn't
yeah.
that important.
Yeah.
Now, so Charlie propositions Katie and says on Halloween and says, "Do you know anybody that can harm someone?" And Katie is getting pressure from Charlie about getting something done, but Sigfredo doesn't care. The Sigfredo doesn't care because he hasn't gotten any money up front. So there's a part in this where she talks about how the time where she got the envelope, the time when she was asked if she could find anyone that could harm someone, to the time she got the envelope, to the time that they went to Tallahassee for the first time, is 214 days between October 31st and June, the date in June when they went. There's no sense of urgency because Sigfredo himself didn't get any money. And there's no sense of urgency from Katie as an intermediary because she's got the money. So what does she care for? Why is Katie still holding back? All right. I thought about this. Like, I think that Katie, for all that's happened, she has a problem with just admitting that she's wrong. Like, even being on the stand after the fact, it seemed like it was a lot easier when she was on trial and acting like she wasn't doing anything and lying about it. It seemed more natural to her than just saying, yeah, I was in the middle, I did this. But doing that and saying you were pocketing money intended for Sigfredo for as long as you could hold out for, and then kind of putting him in a bad situation to actually do it because now he's obligated to do it because you took the money. It's now I'm theorizing this, but it eventually it'll I'm gonna try to make it make sense as much as possible. So let me find the right clip.
To him. You get to it when you get to it.
Yes.
Okay, so then he came to you, asked for money for that trip in June. You get to it when you get to it.
Yes.
Okay,
All right.
so then he came.
Listen to this closely. I know a lot of y'all seen it, some of y'all haven't. This part is I'll play it for you.
To you, asked for money for that trip in June.
Yes, ma'am.
You go to Charlie, you get, we're going to say approximately $500. So
Yeah.
that's not a definite amount,
Yeah.
but no more than $500.
Yeah.
Okay, you give that to Sigfredo. Sometime after that, obviously shortly after that, not too long after that, Sigfredo makes a trip up to Tallahassee.
Yes.
You didn't know it was Sigfredo. You thought he was sending someone else. I get that. Those details left aside.
Yeah.
He comes up here. We know it was him now.
Yeah.
Okay. He comes up here. He comes back. Do you know when he gets back in town? Obviously, you didn't know he was coming.
When he came back to town, what were you talking about? July now?
We're talking about June right now first. We haven't made it to
June.
July yet. The trip that nothing happened, because at some point,
I
how
don't
did Charlie
remember.
know he was back and that nothing happened?
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
I mean, I guess just nothing happened within
Within so many days.
Yeah.
Okay, so
All right. Okay. If y'all saw Georgia Kaplan's closing argument, and she said that, like, she used an analogy talking about the train cars and saying the information goes from this person to this person, or the call, the calls and everything. Yes and no. The way that that she explains it is that Sigfredo initiates everything by telling her, I need money to go out of town. And then Katie goes to Charlie and says, I need money for expenses for Sigfredo for him to go out of town. Then Charlie gives you less than $500. If this was the train car that Georgia Cappleman is using as an analogy in her closing argument, this train would have derailed from the beginning. Charlie is supposed to go to Katie with updated information on the whereabouts of Dan to Katie. Katie then takes it to Sigfredo, and Sigfredo goes. Sigfredo doesn't go to Katie and say, I need to go out of town. Katie should be like, how would you know to go out of town when they haven't told me anything? Which begs the question, how would Sigfredo know when to go out of town to Tallahassee? Wendi. So let me find the right clip because
going at it. So that's what you're trying to say. So even though Sigfredo's living his life,
all right, give me 1 second.
there was a trip before the July trip. There was that June trip, and you had previously told us, and I'm going to use this to remind you, just because we spoke about it in Ocala last time was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a trip last month.
Okay.
Or
Was
it
it
early?
last month?
Early,
Like it was.
no, it was this month. No, it was last month. Either way, it's within the past 2 months. You did admit that when Sigfredo told you, and obviously you didn't know that Sigfredo, you're saying you didn't know that Sigfredo was the one that did it, but you knew he was getting someone to take care of this for Charlie. That.
All right. She thought that she was going to go to Sigfredo and Sigfredo was going to outsource that. How is Sigfredo supposed to outsource that and he doesn't know if this person's going to pay? Let's just say Sigfredo has no idea who's paying for this. So you just give this man an envelope with a person's picture and their address, and they're supposed to expect 100 bands from that with no kind of sign that you're going to actually pay them? I don't click a mouse for anybody without a down payment. You don't put a deposit down. This conversation is hypothetical until eternity. Simple as that. I am not clicking a mouse for you unless I see a deposit. Because people just tend not to pay graphic designers. I mean, it's kind of, but that's what it is. So let's go. And the thing is, she said she knew Sigfredo would do that. She knows Sigfredo is a violent dude, yo. Sigfredo is a shooter. For me, it's obvious.
He asked for money, and then when he needed more money for something, you would go back to Charlie and get more money for it.
Yes. Okay. It's just that before that, okay, that paper that I.
Charlie gave her a sealed envelope, remember? And he put it in her baby bag. How does she know that it's a paper? How does she know that? If it's a sealed envelope, she doesn't know what's in it. Unless the sealed envelope that she got, she felt something else other than just one sheet or two sheets of paper. She felt some stacks in there, some stapled up dollar bills. And she couldn't help herself. And she opened the envelope and was like, thank you. Thank you. And then took the paper probably if it had something else written on it, she just copied it, put it in another envelope and sealed it and gave it to Sigfredo, and Sigfredo ain't do shit with it because there's no money on the line. So I feel like Katie got that envelope as soon as she told Charlie that Sigfredo would do it, which I believe was that night. And he put it all in the envelope and gave it to her, and she pocketed it. And I don't need to see someone's bank records to know, like, look, what I played earlier with Katie saying, like, Sigfredo comes to her and says, I need money for expenses. There's no such things as expenses in crime, yo. You pay for the job, that you pay the deposit, and the person ends up eliminated, and that's how you know it's done. There's no expenses. It's not a corporate trip. You're not like going on like some kind of corporate outing for Procter and Gamble. Like, nah, this is crime. There are no expenses. That's crazy. Like, all right, let me continue.
I told you that
In the diaper bag?
that had to have been towards the beginning of the year,
Okay.
2014.
So she gets the proposition on Halloween, and then she gets the manila envelope in January, February, maybe March. I don't think it was later than March. And I know that there's something with March that she's trying to avoid with this. And so, but we'll get there. Just let this ride for a second.
Beginning of 2014, so after Christmas, before they made any of the trips and things like that, correct?
Yeah, because I don't even know if there was any trips prior to
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So 14, so after Christmas, before they made any of the trips and things like that, correct?
Yeah, because I don't even know if there was any trips prior to
that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
True, if whether or not she's telling the truth is bad. She's supposed to know when he goes out of town because Charlie and them are supposed to tell her to tell Sigfredo. What kind of middle person are you? You're supposed to be conveying information, funds, whatever it is. You're the middle person. But Sigfredo's just taking 8-hour trips and he doesn't even know if the person's going to be there. That's bad. So let's continue.
Exactly. Okay. So that's okay. So that when I had given, so Charlie gave me that, like I told you, he had it sealed. He's telling me like, that he didn't print it from his house, and he did it like probably from one of the offices that he wore gloves. I mean, he was adamant about telling me specific
Not wanting you to touch it too. Right?
Yeah, he told me, please don't open it. It's sealed. Just you know what you have to do with it. So I was like, okay, and like I said, like I'm not even treating this like okay, like he put it in the bag, and I didn't even know how much longer until probably Sigfredo came by the house, or I mean the condo where I was living at that time, and then I was like, oh yeah, like you have a paper in there, like in the bag. And he grabbed
it wasn't like you went to Sigfredo immediately and gave it to him. It was just when he came over.
So she gave it to him whenever he came by. She didn't say, no. It's her job to relay the information or whatever it is as soon as you get it. She has no sense of urgency. But obviously, Charlie has a sense of urgency because he gave her the envelope probably right after she confirmed that Sigfredo would do it. She doesn't have the sense of urgency because she has what she wants out of the deal. there was money in that envelope. And she felt those lumps, those stacks, and was like, thank you. And then she probably gave him the paper after that in a different envelope. Or she copied it and then reprinted it or something like that. Like say if it was printed and they had something written down with it. I say that because Luis saw on the paper that said it was a black Nissan, not a black Honda. And Donna and Charlie know what kind of car Dan has because the license plate and everything was written in her book. But that's something that someone would forget. Like, oh shit, it's a black Ford, or maybe it's a black Nissan, a black Maxima. Same thing. Because an 08 Accord kind of resembles a similar Maxima. That's a mistake that someone like Katie would probably make. So, and if they said like, and it might, and this is another reason why they press her on how much everyone's getting paid, where she's like, I don't know. But they know because it's probably written on the paper, the 100,000. And if Katie knows it, all right, so Charlie assured her that he would take care of her. So all those checks and everything was for Katie. The money for the hit, that 100K, was for Sigfredo and whoever he had along for the ride, right? But if it's presented in a way where it says 100,000 on the paper and Sigfredo knows that she read the paper, in Sigfredo's mind, the 100K is to be divided up, including Katie. You see what I mean?
Or he got it out of the Decker bag.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When he gave you that paper.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's like, you know what to do with it. You know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I get you don't know what was in that paper.
Yes.
At that.
She slipped. You don't know what was in that paper. Yes. Come on, yo. Like, I'm not one of those body language experts and all that stuff where the people say yes and then they're shaking their head. I'm not one of those people at all. I'm not good at reading body language at all. But that right there, she said yes to. Come on now.
Point, did you know that understanding that it was that he wanted, his intent was to have Dan Markel killed?
At that moment, no.
So it's after the paper.
Yes,
that you realized that. Okay,
but yeah, like I said, it has to have been way
killed.
Before. Yeah. Like,
see, in the part about the harm someone, I believe that, but he meant to eliminate that person. No one's getting jumped professionally. That's personal. Like, to jump someone, to beat them up, like blunt force trauma type beat up, that's personal. That has feelings involved. Like, no, stop it. No one's just beating someone up to like injure them so they can heal and then be good. You know what I mean? Hold up. You see my old man here? So let's continue.
I mean, way after that.
Okay, so way after that.
Because I feel like that's like towards the beginning of the year, maybe between January and March.
Okay, so between January and March, the paper happened. Okay, best guess. And I understand you're not exact dates.
Yeah.
That's okay. Between January and March, the paper happens. Sigfredo gets paper. The murder happens in July. So from March to July, about how soon before the murder was it that you think that you understood that he was going to be killed?
From March to July. Well, like you said, the trip before, right?
The June. Yep, that's the June trip.
I was never aware. Like, Sigfredo's always goes out of town. Or whatever business he has to do.
All right. This part right here is what funerals with no caskets are made of. Okay? If whenever you see some true crime or something on the news where you see some woman who's pretty, who looks cute, and she has a boyfriend that's in the streets, and then something happened and she disappears, like she's adjacent, she's not really with it, but she's adjacent, and she just disappears out of nowhere, and even her man doesn't care, it's for this type of stuff. And you have to listen to what she says, because this girl is so bad that she tells the truth when she can get away with lying, and she's much better at lying, but she tells the truth in such ways that's like, she doesn't even know that she should lie right now. It's better for you to lie right now. And you're telling us the truth. She would be deader than Tupac if she wasn't Sigfredo's baby mama.
Or whatever, like he never told me where he was going.
Okay.
Like I didn't know anything about the whole Tallahassee or whatever. He never.
All right, look, she has to say that because she's supposed to not have read the paper. She knows. And the thing is that Sigfredo doesn't tell her everywhere he goes because, yeah, he's in the streets, but he's got a whole other, the girl Shrimp up the block. Simple as that. Like, he's not going to tell her everything. And especially when she's dealing with Charlie. Like, if Sigfredo was my friend and told me, like, oh, my girl she works at a dentist's office, and a dentist that doesn't even really work there full time, she's with the dentist. I'm like, yo, the dentist is like, what that mouth do after 5 p.m. is diabolical work. That's crazy. Let's continue.
Never mentioned that. Kept that away from me. Okay. Any information. So, but he did say he was going out of town.
He did, but at some point with that.
Oh, that's what. Yeah. So you know, Sigfredo didn't have any money, obviously. Mm-hmm. So he'd be like, "Well, I need some money so I can go out of town." I'm thinking in my head, maybe this is where he needs to scope things out or whatever. So that's where I will go to Charlie, and I'm like, "Hey, like, I need some money so that, you know, to take care of whatever expenses and stuff."
Right. So you're telling the expenses for them planning what they are taking care of for Charlie.
I mean, that's, I guess, assumed.
Assumed?
Yeah.
Okay. So you just tell them, I need more money for expenses. And it's assumed.
There's no such thing as expenses in crime. This is what she's telling this officer or agent. I don't know who the woman is. Is just completely backwards. Charlie is supposed to tell her. Then Katie's supposed to tell Sigfredo. The trip is not, it's supposed to be initiated by Sigfredo. That right there should have an immediate red flag, like, uh-oh, I've messed up. But she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know, like, what she's saying is like, oh man.
He's never given me, he never gave me any money at all.
Okay. So,
yeah.
So that was the first time he gave you money.
Yeah.
So the first time he gave you money is when you're going back and you're like, hey, I need money for expenses.
Yeah. Because this is, because Sigfredo's telling me, like,
hey,
I need some money.
I need money that this is trying to be planned.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what Sigfredo's telling you. So then you go to Charlie and you tell him, hey, we need money for expenses. So, and that's the understanding, expenses for planning what is about to happen.
Yes.
Okay. How soon before he left for out of town did that happen?
From what, when he
In the
would give
June,
me
the first one, you said when he went to
See, I don't know time. I mean, I don't know when he did leave. Obviously, now I know, like, the June and July trip.
But at the time you didn't know.
Yeah, like he just asked me for money. I wanted Charlie, got the money, and then gave it to him. I don't know when he went or how soon he went after I handed him that money.
Okay. Do you know?
she's supposed to be relaying messages as they come in. And she's like, I don't know this. I don't know. That's really bad. She's telling the story completely backwards, like Sigfredo, her, and then Charlie. And then she still doesn't know. I believe that. It's already working around her.
How much money it was you got from Charlie?
Like a couple $100. It has to be, like
Okay.
less than probably $5.
All right. So we have it established that the train cars that Georgia Cappleman, Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo, Katie's giving it to us in backwards. There's a song. It's a bachata song. It's La Guagua va en la reversa. It means like the bus is going backwards, right? And this is exactly what that is. It's going backwards. And then she doesn't know what's going on. And we know, and she knows, this is way after the fact. Charlie has $1,000 stacks stapled up. At the time, Sigfredo and them don't know that about the stapled up stacks. So why would Charlie give you less than $500? But he could just grab one stack. What is he like? Just, I'm going to take 6 out of it? No. She even she did that. And I believe that she gave Sigfredo exactly what she said that she got from Charlie. She said she got less than $500 to give to Sigfredo, but I think she got $1,000 to give to Sigfredo, and she gave him less than $500. And the problem is this: she doesn't know that what initiates Sigfredo going to Tallahassee is rooted. It starts with Wendi, because Wendi, if you would have to tell Charlie, Charlie tell Katie, Katie tell Sigfredo. But it didn't happen that way. So how would Sigfredo know to go up there in June from Wendi? So this is a way that you can figure out if people are stealing, the intermediaries are stealing, is if the two ends are talking to each other and say, okay, I'm going to go to her and say, I need to get money for expenses. Sigfredo knows there's no such thing as expenses. There's no, and don't say how much money. Don't ask for a specific amount of money. But Charlie is going to give Katie $1,000. Let me know how much you get out of that. And then when he gets less than 500, she's doing what she's doing. But this is way after the fact, though, because in my opinion, Katie was taking money ever since November 1st. And she got a chunk of money, and then gradually, she didn't put it in the bank. She gradually just kind of put a couple $100 in the bank. So if something were to happen and Sigfredo's like, did they give you money from me? And she's like, oh, I forgot. Here it is. That's how people steal from you, or try to. They'll kind of put it somewhere and wait for you to forget about it, but have it ready for you in case you ask about it. And they'll wait a month. Or if you misplace something that's valuable, and not misplace it, but it might be somewhere, and then it sits there for a while, and someone's like, I'm just gonna put it over here and just wait and see the person forgot. And then when a couple months pass, then they'll take it for themselves. But money is different, because money, takes up a lot of space. Cash does. So when they if she gets $10,000, $20,000 or something like that, that's going to take up a lot of space. It's going to fill probably a regular sized grocery bag. You can't just hide that. So I think that she was doing that, and I actually know that she was doing that, but I'll show you in a second. So let's continue.
Okay.
I just
The
know there was like
$500 or less?
I don't remember.
Okay. But it was just enough in your understanding and in Charlie's understanding. It was for expenses for him to
Like I didn't
Make
ask him
plans.
for a specific
amount.
amount.
You just said you need expense money.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At that point, though, when you're asking for that money, you knew that their plan is planning for the murder at this point, correct?
No,
Okay.
I still don't know anything about like the murder. That's the, like, I guess.
So
to
now
just
you're saying
go
at
back-
between June and July, so that last month is when, before he was murdered, is when you realized that that was what was going to happen.
Yeah,
Okay. So was there anything specific
that's like an
was said,
indication of
yeah.
saying that this was that.
that this is what was going to
No.
happen?
No.
Okay, what in your, try and think about the way you process things and the way you think about things. What would have happened, or what in your mind made you know that they switched from him being beat up to it's about to be a murder? Because you're saying that no one ever said it specifically, right? Did Sigfredo say it, mention in the passing, that that's what's happening?
He definitely would have never
would
told
have,
me.
yeah.
Yeah, that him definitely
He
would
would
have.
not.
Sigfredo is a straight killer. He's not beating people up. I just don't understand how this is. It's wild that she's been in prison she's been incarcerated, whether it's Leon County Jail or wherever she is right now, and she is completely oblivious to how bad this story is. And when you talk about June, as far as like going to Tallahassee for the first time, that probably rings different for Katie, because I think she's focused more on, are they gonna find out that I've been pocketing the money the whole time? You see what I mean? So if you've been pocketing money from November, December, January, February, and you find out your Charlie and Wendi want to go on a double date with, them and Jeff Lacasse, you probably are gonna think about what you're doing and maybe not put any money in the bank. You're just gonna hold on to whatever you got. But it's already too late, because Sigfredo was at Yardbird when they went. They had reservations. It's a place that you have reservations, and they ate outside. And Sigfredo and Luis watched them. And I'm almost certain that Wendi gave money to Katie and had Sigfredo watch it, and have Sigfredo find out that she never said a damn thing about it. And the proof of Katie taking that money from Wendi and not handing it over to Sigfredo is proof for Sigfredo that she's been doing this the whole time. And now once Sigfredo acknowledges that she's been taking money for him, and that's his woman, and she's been taking all that money, now he has to do this. So, and that was in March. I'm going to show you something after we get done with this clip.
It would have had to come from Charlie. And that's what I don't.
So it's something that Charlie said to you that made you understand that that's what he wanted.
Yeah, from what he had said. Yeah, from what Charlie would have said. It would never be like, because then Sigfredo never even told me what was on that paper.
Right.
So if there was any instructions of what needed to be done, obviously he kept that away from me and he never mentioned it to me.
What do you think that what the instructions like hit on head with bat, kick twice? This she's wild. Some instructions.
But along the way, Charlie probably said something about it. But at that time, like, I don't know, like, I guess it just wasn't dawning on me that, okay, like, this is specifically what was going to happen.
Right. It did at some point before the murder happened. It dawned on you.
I believe so.
Okay. So here's my thing. So they get money and you go get money from Charlie for expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
To scope things out, whatever. That was the understanding. That's
Yes,
what the
ma'am.
money was for. Okay, I get that, the
Or
understanding.
take the trip.
Take the trip.
Yeah.
Okay, if they were just going to go beat somebody up, you don't really need to go scope it out. Just go beat somebody up.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't know. Like, I would think, I wouldn't know what specifics would be just to, like, I get what you mean.
She's horrible at this. Like, I wouldn't know. Like, come on now. All right. Let me show you something. Let me find this other clip. Let's see if it's here first.
And then obviously Charlie was like, nothing happened, so nothing happened.
And then nothing happened. So best you could think of, because obviously he was expecting something to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so Charlie calls you about that and says nothing happened.
Yeah.
Okay. What else did Charlie say during those conversations, best you could think of, because obviously he was expecting something to happen during that first trip? Is that around the time that you think he might have said something about what he wanted to happen to Dan?
He was just always saying, like, this needs to be taken care of. Like, this needs to be done. Like, he was just kind of frantic about, you know.
Frantic. He's putting pressure on her. He has a sense of urgency. You can't have a sense of urgency to pressure her to get Sigfredo to do something if he didn't put any money up. He bought the right to pressure Katie because he's been paying her.
No, like
Like,
about
why
that.
isn't it done?
Yeah, like, why isn't it done? Why is...
Did he say anything about?
See, all right. If you put it in like just in real life, you know, like I said, I'm not clicking a mouse without a deposit. No one's gonna hit me up like, this needs to get done. This needs to get done. And you didn't put any money. I don't have, my Cash App did not make a noise. I can't have. You can't ask me to do something and then my sense of urgency be greater than yours. Like, you pay up. This is. I'm surprised that like other people on YouTube or even on Reddit have not like caught this. Like, this is Jesus. All right.
About the timeline it's taking to get it done?
No.
No,
There's never any
paper at the
timeline.
beginning of the year, and now
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it did, like I said, that's what I'm saying. It's like all that time had passed. So it's like, you know, I kept living my life and going about whatever I had to do. So it wasn't like until he started like pressuring, I guess,
You heard that.
around that time that it needed to be done, like around,
so around like
July.
the first trip that they went
Yes.
was when he started really pressuring
yes.
Charlie.
But wasn't there another trip prior to that?
I know for sure there was the June trip, and I know that there was talk about there possibly was a trip in around May, maybe.
Okay.
But I know
I wasn't aware of that
Yeah.
because I never,
there. I'm not sure. Don't quote
Okay.
me on that around the May one. I think there was talk about. I know for sure there was the June trip, and then there's obviously the July trip when Dan Markel.
This interview was in November of 2022 when Charlie was about to go on. No, it was in 2022, but it wasn't November because Charlie's trial was in November. I can't remember the exact date of it, but it's in the fall.
Was killed. Okay. We know about the June trip. We know how that happened. We know, I mean, you heard all in trial about that. I know you didn't know it was Sigfredo that came up here. Now you do.
Yeah.
Your own experience from that time is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the stuff you learned in trial.
Yes, ma'am.
So your experience from that time is Sigfredo comes to you and says, hey, I need money to make this happen for him. Before Sigfredo did that, you said Charlie was pressuring, like, hey, what's going on? Why isn't it happening? Did you go to...
Because I guess he assumed something was to happen
that trip.
Yes.
Okay. So, but before that trip, before Sigfredo asked for that money, did Charlie ever come to you like, hey, why is it taking so long? And
I'm pretty sure he did, but...
And then did you go...
I just didn't...
And you would have had to relay that to Sigfredo?
Yeah, and he just probably didn't care or didn't, whatever. Like, I don't have time to do this right now, or he was in his own little binge. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, yeah, Sigfredo is a raging cokehead, but he's not doing this for free. And you see, she doesn't care because she has what she wants. Let me show you something. We're going to... Give me a second. Oh, this is wrong. This is something else. The fuck is that? All right. This is going to take a second to load. And Luis's property said that when he said he had a bad feeling about the hit, that Sigfredo had a sense of urgency and insisted that it had to be done by the 18th. Yeah, he knew that it had to be done by the 18th. He also said how Katie was like, this has to be done today. He's going out of town, but she only found that out at that time. But Sigfredo knew the whole time. All right. Come on, yo. I'm going to find the right document. Give me a second. Thank you, Genevieve. I appreciate you. Give me. Yeah, here we go. Where did it go? Hold on, I got it. Just give me a second. All right, here we go. Boom. So, look. All right, first of all, let me zoom in. Can I zoom in on this? I don't know. Can y'all see that? Thank you, Tina. Can y'all see that? The spreadsheet I just put up? Yes, no? Okay. Fuck. All right. I'm trying to figure this out. You see it? Is it better now? It's full. Is it full screen? Yes, no? All right. Okay. So if we, I don't even know how to zoom in on this shit. Okay. I don't know how to zoom in, but at the top is 3 transactions for that. These are Katie's cash deposits. All right. So like July 5th, August 5th, October 4th. And remember, Halloween is the day where she's asked about, do you know anyone can harm somebody? And then on November 4th, you start seeing a flood of cash deposits. When in all of 2013, prior to Halloween, this girl only deposited $400 in cash. And then October 4th, 200. November 7th, November 4th, November 7th, 200. Then 100, then 1,400, then 500, then 400. And she's gradually putting that money away. And all the way to, look how much she's done up until the 14th of July. She's put stacks in there. She's taking that bread for herself. And I don't know who she's fooled. Like, there's 30 feds on this case. What makes you think you're going to lie to them when they got a forensic accountant coming up there every couple of years showing you pie charts and zigzag graphs and then whole spreadsheets of you putting money away? And say Fredo didn't have any money, obviously, because you obviously took it. So if you look at after Halloween and before the Yardbird double date, right? So up until, and that was on March 11th. She only makes, after November, end of November, she puts one more deposit in one deposit for $400 in January, and then she waits till the 26th of February to make a deposit, but she doesn't do anything else until a day after the Yardbird. Then she goes back and does it again. She's a mess. So we're gonna go back to the June trip real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something. Find the give me 1 second. Where's this at? Oh. So let me show it. All right, all right. Hopefully I can zoom in on this. Can y'all see this? Or is it too small? Is it can y'all see it or no? Oh, that's wild small, yo. I don't even know how to. All right. All right, I can't I'm trying to show this one spreadsheet that I have of the June calls, but in the June calls, there's a weird tandem between the calls. So I'll try to find another one that may fit. Can y'all see that? All right, can you see it on the screen now? All right, back. All right. So this is not the spreadsheet that I did. This is one that's from the paperwork. So on when they first got to Tallahassee on the 2nd, right? Let me see here. It's in the morning around 9-ish. There's a tandem of calls where's the Wendi one? This is the wrong one. But it's actually when they first went to Tallahassee. And on the 2nd, that's when Katie took Sigfredo to the rental car place, right? She takes him to the rental car place, and at the time that she's there, she calls Geico. So she's paying her car insurance with probably the money she's supposed to give to Sigfredo. That girl is greedy. And then she calls Charlie after that. And this is called the third one in. Do you see where my mouse is on here or no? All right, anyway. So she has a long, like 40 minutes. And y'all heard the what's it called? The phone, the wiretaps, how Charlie talks. And that type of call are when two people in the middle don't really know what's going on. You see what I mean? So Katie is, I have a much better spreadsheet, and I can't get it to look normal on the screen, but it goes like this. I took this spreadsheet from the June calls, the early June calls, and I took, instead of it saying like all that extra information as far as like the target name and then outgoing, incoming, I made them all outgoing, whether it's caller, text, all outgoing. But then I took the time between the calls and text from the next one. So like when you see a call that starts at say 8 o'clock and it's 14 minutes long, the call ends at 8:14. But then when the next call is at 8:44, it says 26 minutes in between the calls. So you know how much if there's an overlap, how long the overlap is. You see what I mean? So once I find this one image, I can show y'all. And then after that, I'll break down how the owl part. And then I'll get out of here. Because it's been like 90 minutes. Foxy Amazon, are you? Come on, yo. You wildin'. Come on, relax, yo. Okay. KC Anthony vibes. All right. Any questions? Or I'll probably miss them in the chat. Carolina, that I wouldn't say they're dumb. The dumb ones are Katie and the Adelsons. The other two guys, if they didn't get involved with this thing, well, Luis got locked up. But I think Segredo might have been still on the streets shooting people. Hold control and tap plus sign on send and zoom. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Roxy. Let's try this again. Control and tap the plus sign. So if something wild happens, you know who to blame. That's for the. I don't think that's working. No, that's not working. I got a Mac, yo. Damn it. This is pissing me the fuck off. All right. Okay, let me break down the Al thing. And then I'll get out of here. And I'm going to have a video on this. And I've been working on a video on this, but I wanted to talk about this on live. All right. I was on Jackie's channel last night and I broke it down. But now that I'm not distracted and everything, I can probably give a less scattered explanation of it. Let me find this video.
So they gave him $5,000. Tell us about that. What did he say? Where did he get the money from?
Oh, he said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He said, I got the money from the lady. Well, his wife gave him the money. So Katie gave him the money. But he told me about the lady. He told me, yo, the lady got the money. She's going to pay us. So, you know, all this driving around and talking to him about the money, I told him, we should just go rob her.
All right. We should just go rob her. Now, the reason for that is, yes, that is a real idea. But the reason that Sigfredo said that Luis said that to Sigfredo is to see how close he is to the other side of this whole transaction. So if he says we should rob her and he doesn't want to do it, there's a good chance that he's had some direct contact with Wendi and he doesn't want to do it because she knows who he is. So that lets Luis know, like, all right, he's probably not telling me everything I need to know.
That was my intention. Fuck this guy. I don't got nothing against that guy. I don't even know that guy. Especially after he told me about what was it for the 2 kids. Told me because I asked him, why are you going to kill this guy? Because the lady wants her 2 kids back. She wants full custody of them kids. Because he had all the custody. That was the plan. That was the deal. That's what I went to go kill that man for.
And how did Tuda know all this?
Katie, I guess Katie told him everything. Katie told him everything. And then that.
But you're just guessing that. You don't know that for sure. Do you?
No, that's for sure. For sure, Katie told him everything.
Right. How do you know that? How do you know Katie?
Because he stayed talking to Katie on the phone. Hey, babe, what's going on? Hey, the lady's gonna have. You sure she's gonna have the money on time Tell her don't play with it because they will go show up in her house. Tell her she better have that fucking money. And he always kept telling her that.
Because when you went on this trip, were you with Tudor the whole time? Did y'all separate?
Telling her that.
All right.
Because when you went on this trip, were you with Tudor the whole time? Did y'all separate? Y'all were in the same car?
I
Y'all
never
stay in the same hotel room?
Never separated. Stay in the same hotel, different beds.
You were always with him.
Yeah.
So when he talked to Katie, you could hear him talking to Katie.
Of course.
All right. The way that they're asking him about, so he's giving him, all right, so Luis is, I wish he wasn't a rat because he's he's a gangster's gangster. And if he wasn't a rat, like he'd be a gangster's gangster. He's still kind of a gangster's gangster, but like but anyway. So the details that Sigfredo is telling Luis are things that would likely come directly from Wendi. And so the agent Sanford and them are like, how do you know that? Were you separated from him? And you see what I mean? Like he wants to know if he was away from him to be around Wendi. The way that they're pressing him on this, they don't question any other thing that involves Katie, but now they're pressuring him because, in my opinion, they know that they've linked up before. Because they wouldn't ask for clarification like that on details about Wendi that could easily be just reconveyed through Katie, but they know, and like y'all have seen, Katie is really not in the mix like that. And that's why she probably thought she was innocent, because they worked around her, but she's still, in the legal sense, guilty. So let's continue.
And you knew it was Katie.
Right there, right?
Did you know it was? Did you know it was Katie because of what he was saying, or could you ask?
That's his lawyer. That's not even like one of those. That's Detective Isom in the I guess it's yellow, green, and then Sanford in the green shirt, and this guy here, that's Luis's lawyer. And it seems like Luis's lawyer knows a little bit more, so knows what the other guys know, but they're not giving it to Luis to say like, yeah, we know that they met up. They need Luis to say that on his own, and he's sticking to the script on the compartmentalization part, saying that he doesn't. If Sigfredo has information, he's supposed to only get it from Katie, so he's saying that, but he's not going to say, oh, I know he got it from Wendi, when he doesn't 100% know that. Even though that he's in this proffer, he said to Luis has said plenty of times, like, I know you know more than what you're talking about. I know you know something. You can't just say that to people and not be ready to fight, pretty much. And being that Sigfredo is not, countering what he's saying, he got it from Wendi. It's just that Luis can't say it to them because he doesn't know it 100%. Let me get to this other part here.
So they gave him $5,000.
We already saw that one.
I know it was Katie. She knew I was in that car.
How did she know that?
Because he told her. He told her, I'm going with Tato. They call me Tato. So I think I'm going with Tato. So I said, I asked him who knows. He goes, no, it's just Katie. I said, that lady knows I'm in a car. He's like, nobody knows, just Katie. But in my instance, I didn't trust him that day. I'm like, somebody else got to know. Because if you told Katie, Katie had to tell that lady. Because, that day that they murdered, when I seen Wendi.
All right, you heard that. First, he says, if he's basically going on, let me just break this down real quick.
Told her.
How did she know?
Because he told her. He told her, I'm going with Tato. They call me Tato. So I think I'm going with Tato. So I said, You know, I said, who? I asked him who knows. He goes, no, it's just Katie. I said, that lady knows I'm in a car. He's like, nobody knows, just Katie.
All right. The way that Luis is telling the story about, does that lady know that I'm in the car? That type of question is like would be like offensive. It's like, what? Like, you're not supposed to have an answer for that. Nobody. There's no good answer for that question. If he's asking that question the way that he's saying it to them, he really suspects that Sigfredo has a direct connection with Wendi.
But in my instance, I didn't trust him that day. I'm like, somebody else got to know. Because if you told Katie, Katie had to tell that lady.
All right. If you are doing something through an intermediary, such as a Katie, and Katie is telling you all this stuff about the other side, the rule of thumb with this is that the other side knows probably more about you. So that's where Luis's concern is.
Because, you know, that day that the murder, when I seen Wendi, that's when I asked him, who's that lady? And he says, Wendi. I remember I clear as day with them two boys.
All right. There was some confusion on him actually seeing Wendi with her two sons on that Friday. Luis is saying, I remember it clear as day from the time he saw her before. So he's looking at this from Friday's perspective and remembering him seeing her on the Thursday. But Luis has also seen her at Yardbird in March with Sigfredo when they had that double date. So I can only imagine what Luis like really felt at the time. Like, it's like, why is he not telling me all this? Why is he acting like he doesn't know her when it's very obvious that he does? Like, if that I would be, if I were with Luis, I definitely would not get involved in anything like this. But like, he's only doing this because he just doesn't want Sigfredo to crash out and get caught right then, because Sigfredo doesn't know like the logistics and when to do things. He just does them. And Luis is, if you take the money aspect of Katie taking the funds and whatnot, and then you take this connection between Wendi and Sigfredo, that's something that would be, for Luis, would be really concerning, both of those things together. So, damn, I need to figure out how to put the maps up so I can show you all this. And I don't know how to do it. All right, I'm just gonna share my screen. Give me a second. Hold up. I think I got this. All right, y'all see that? Are we on? Are you see this? Is the map up? Do y'all see the map? Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Now, your boy done put all the addresses in the probable cause affidavit to see what's going on in these streets. All right. Now, there's a y'all can see it. It's not freezing up, is it? Okay. Now, all right. This is Dan's house. All right. And in the probable cause affidavit, it said, right, a couple days before the murder, it was what did it say? It said 2 guys that parked in the southeast corner of the lot of 2055 Thomasville Road. And that's this here. Now, I have a few ideas about what they were doing there on that day, but mainly, I think Wendi met up with them there at some point. Now, there used to not be a fence here, and you could just go straight through here. Okay. Let me find this. Where's the park? Okay. The park is up here. Hold up. It's down here. So the park is here. So they were chilling right here. So when Dan pulled in, they go right behind them. But this area here is what's the important part for right now. So actually, you know what? The park is important for right now. So they are posted up right here at this part. And I should have put the GPS coordinates from the rental car, but I forgot to put that in there. Now, this is how I know, like, these dudes have done this plenty of times. And when Dan comes back from the gym, the gym is up here. He drives down Thomasville Road. Hold up. Drives down Thomasville Road, goes up through here, and then they get behind him. Now, this is another reason why I think, like, there's a direct connection between Sigfredo and Wendi, because when you pull up to your house, you tend to you might park in the same spot. If you got a driveway, you park the same way, or you park in the driveway. People tend to have that habit down. Dan sitting in the driveway is something that for Dan is the most unfortunate thing. There's nothing more dangerous than being in a parked car. You're the most vulnerable sitting in a parked car. So the way that they followed him to where they would be pulling in from the left side here. Dan pulls into his driveway and then into his garage, and Luis pulls in behind him. That gives when Dan pulls in here, that leaves a blind spot in all of his front yard. And all Luis has to do is let Sigfredo out here in the neighbor's driveway. He gets out when Dan is in the garage. Luis pulls in behind him. And on the interview that Isom or one of the Tallahassee detectives had with the school teacher that was gonna talk to Dan, was talking to Dan on the phone about where they were going to school next year. Dan Markel told the school teacher, he said, "There's someone behind me that I don't know." He didn't say, "There's some dudes behind me I don't know. There's a couple guys behind me." He said someone, which tells me that he saw in the car one person. Because Sigfredo is significantly taller than Luis. So he would have seen him. Okay. So Luis is behind Dan, but Sigfredo is already outside of the car. And he's walking through to the front up here. Come on, yo. Zoom in. All right. So if Dan's in the garage, all this front yard is his blind spot. He can't see anything to the left of this bush here, if he's actually paying attention. And all Sigfredo has to do is he's looking, say Sigfredo is parked where this Toyota 4Runner is. He's paying attention, looking in the rear view. If he's looking in the rear view, he's looking to his right. So he's like this, looking at Lil Luis sitting there. But then Sigfredo just comes up on the left side and hits him. So, and Sigfredo, and what's crazy about this is that I can tell, like they've done this type of stuff before, is that when Sigfredo needed a gun and he had and I'm not an expert on guns, but like I'll do research when I come across stuff like this. Like the gun that Sigfredo had would do more physical damage to Dan than it would do a lot of physical damage. I'll just say that. So a 38, a revolver with a long nose, with a longer barrel, would do more damage physically to him. So they got a different gun with a short nose. That's a 38. It's a revolver, so it doesn't eject casings. Like, see, I mean, Luis said, he said, what are you using that for? Are you trying to blow someone's head off? They got a smaller gun as to just get the job done and not make it messy. These dudes are professionals. They got a smaller gun to not to like, they did what they were supposed to do. And Sigfredo is drunk and on hella Yola from doing Yola all night and not sleeping. And that boy put 2 shots in through a window, point blank, and he didn't cause 2 holes in the window. He shot 2 back-to-back shots through the same hole in the window. Sigfredo is, yes, he is on demon time. Like, and that's what's wild to me about how these guys, how people talk about like Sigfredo and Luis. Like, yeah, Luis is illiterate and Sigfredo doesn't look all that smart, but I'm telling you, for what they do that. They does this. So it's tragic. Now, like Luis said in the video I played for you, he said, where is this at?
Because, you know, that day that the murder, when I seen Wendi.
Now, I don't know how people can say, oh, he didn't see her on the day. No, he just said, I saw her on the day of murder. I seen Wendi. Wendi was there. She was there, and he says where he saw her.
That's when I asked him, who's that lady? And he says, Wendi. I remember I clear as day with the 2 boys.
Now, so we're going to go over back to this area. All right, so here's the southeast corner, 2055 Thomasville Road. Here is the speed bump. There used to not be a fence there. At the time, there was no fence there. So it says 114 meters, which is like 300 feet. Wendi, from where she lives to where that location I just showed you, is about 12 minutes from our house. And if you take, let me go to Wendy's house real quick. Why did I just do that? All right, Wendy's house is over here. And so if I do, let me just do the quick, come on now. All right. I can't find where find the directions. All right. Anyway, it's like 12 minutes. at the time that this happened. So like on a Friday around 10 something, between 10 and 11 o'clock, it'll take like 12 minutes to get from her house to that location on 2055 Thomasville Road. So let me get over to and all Wendi has to do to get to that speed bump is walk literally less than 1 minute. All right. So Luis is driving here. He said he went over the speed bump. And there was no fence back there. And he sees Wendi around here. So, being that he was pressing Sigfredo about him knowing more than what he says he knows with Wendi, and he thinks that there's a closer relationship, and he's also worried about Wendi knowing who he is. And as I said before, is the rule of thumb with compartmentalization. If the intermediary knows, if the intermediary, the middle person is telling you details about the other side, you have to assume at the very least that the other side knows more about you. And being that she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near there, when he saw her on the speed bump, because he saw her there the day before, he saw her with her owl shirt. And thinking about how people can just search someone on Facebook and things like that, because that's what he didn't say it in those direct terms, but he was like, if you know Sigfredo and he's in the car and you see a big tall guy like him and then a little short guy like me, you're going to know who I am. And the way that he does that is he sees her, and one unique thing that she's wearing is a t-shirt with an owl. So he just goes to Google Images and posts an owl on Instagram. That reaction, how it comes back, will tell you how much they know about you. So when Katie calls Sigfredo, it says, take that down right now. First, Katie is not in any position to tell Luis to do a damn thing, nor Sigfredo, because Sigfredo is running the show. Luis has been put on by Sigfredo to run the whole thing. Katie is not in a position to tell anyone to do anything. So that tells Luis that Katie is near the people with the money, because otherwise Katie would never say some shit like that to him. Okay? That lets him know the people that are going to be paying them, Katie's with them right now. And during Katie's testimony, she said, how was Charlie when you got to the house? He was frantic. He was nervous. He had a gun in his hand. Why do you have a gun in his hand? Because maybe his sister had to admit, I was there when it happened. And I've been, Instagram stalking them for a few months. And I saw you posted an owl and I was wearing an owl shirt. That's why Charlie was nervous. And then Charlie tells Katie, and Katie says, take that down. Katie's not in a position to tell him to do anything. He checked her. That, to put it in plain terms, he G checked her. That's one type of G check, I guess. So Wendi did not go to the crime scene like they keep talking about in all the trials. Wendi went back to the crime scene. Wendi was there. And when Dan called Wendi at 9:02 and left a message saying, I'm going to be at the gym. I'm going to be doing this from 10:30. Wendi's call records don't show anything until 9:12 when she calls Charlie for 18 minutes. So she listened to that message at 9:04. Dan called at 9:02. She listened to that message at 9:04 and responded to his voicemail with a text message. And she gave Wendi the drop. Here, this is where I'll be in the most vulnerable point pretty much in my garage, sitting there talking on the phone like I always do. That blank spot on the call records tells me that she's got a burner phone. Because when certain people need the information immediately, certain people just disappear off the call record. And between 9:02 and 9:15 is a critical time when Wendi needs to let the right people know that where Dan is going to be, the drop. And Dan gave himself up that way. And it's a blank spot on Wendi's call report. Then, after the gym, before Dan gets out the gym, and Wendi knows where he's going to be, Wendi during the day is making just a whole bunch of calls and trying to set up lunch dates. But she's supposed to be with that TV and the repair guy and all that. The TV, and this is why I titled that series Wendi's Television, because it's more than about the television. That was Donna. It's the alibi. But it's what Donna, and this is my opinion, of course, it's what Donna and Charlie needed to assure themselves that Wendi would stay home when it all went down, because they know that she's directly linked with Sigfredo and met up with him in June. And they know she won't stay home. So they have her break her own TV and set up a repair order, and on a TV that Charlie purchased, and Donna sets up the appointment. That way, when the repairman leaves, they get an email like, how'd you like your service? They know when the repairman left based on the notification that they got off the repair order on the TV. But he left at like 9:20. So Wendi's just a free range chicken. So Wendi is trying to call people for lunch because she needs an excuse to be out the house. But if she would have stuck to the script, and this is actually kind of smart if they stuck with this, but they didn't. But Wendi didn't. If Wendi would have stayed at home and her TV was fixed, then how would she convey that everything was done to everyone else? Because if you just got your TV fixed, you're going to be watching TV. And when it comes up on the news, oh my God, that's my house. That's how Whendi was supposed to find out that Dan was shot, is by watching the TV she just had fixed. That makes sense, right? It makes sense to be sitting at the TV with the screen's all fixed. It's not all broken up. But that's not how it happened. So she wants to get out the house, but the only way to really give her an excuse to get out the house is make up a lunch date. And she goes near there by going to ABC Liquors, which is around there. And in the last part of my series, I show who I believe she met up with that day, but that's a whole nother story. So Whendi leaves her house. She makes a call at 10:24 or something like that. Call lasts like, I think, 12 minutes or something. But she's already down where that speed bump is. It takes 12 to 14 minutes to get there at that time during a weekday. Less than 1 minute to walk. She's wearing green, tan, and black, which are the colors of camouflage, and she's walking through this environment where not many people will see her. And when Sigfredo and Luis go up and shoot Dan, and then they drive away, and the neighbor sees them drive away, but Luis sees Whendi near the speed bump because he has to slow down in order to not make the car bottom out. He sees that owl, and later on he posts it. And the thing is before he posted it, when Sigfredo called Katie and said it's done, Katie said, "I know." How does she already know? Because Whendi was there to tell her. And so the reaction of the others seeing that post tells Luis exactly what's going on. And that's some gangster shit. So that's what it is. And that's why Charlie entered the door for Katie with a gun in his hand, having the Zandemic buffet. It's not, I've since this all was people have been talking about, oh, it means this in Greek, it means this in Spanish, it means code for this, it means code for that. Nah, she could have been wearing a Wu-Tang shirt. Luis would have posted a Wu-Tang symbol. She could have had, I don't know, a cheeseburger on her shirt. Luis would have posted a cheeseburger. You see what I mean? It was meant to resonate with the person that's lurking on his social media to see what he's up to. And with Whendi seeing that, it's like, it literally says, I saw you and you weren't supposed to be there. And if you look at all the trial footage of when Georgia asked Whendi, or even Chris Corbett, the guy that does all the phone stuff, about Wendy's whereabouts, they stay away because Whendi has derivative use immunity. So like if she gives an answer, they can't take that information and use it against her. So they don't ask her questions that they don't already have, that they've already know the answer to. So like they stay away from asking her questions around that time frame for a reason. Because if she's there and if they're not going to ask her, where were you at 10:50 a.m. on July 18th? She can't answer that question. They know where she was. They talk about when she left the house to go to ABC Liquors, and then they on Trescott to see the house, and that's already super guilty as it is. But it's even more guilty if you were there an hour. No, not even an hour. Yeah, an hour and some change. Because you were there when it actually happened. You heard it. That's crazy. And I know right now you don't hear anyone else talking about this, but I'm certain that one day when it's all said and done, they're going to say that. I do have some left field theories about things, but for the most part, my shit's land. No turbulence. I was saying all this stuff about Wendi trying to manipulate Dan into beating her up. Some people said that was crazy. Like, why would you even think that? But then a few days ago on STS, Dan's own attorney said, I knew Dan was going to be around Wendi. He said, I can't get the direct quote, but it said something. I knew that Dan was, or felt that Dan was intermittently hanging out with Wendi, and I didn't want him to catch a battery charge. I'm not an I told you so collector. Like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But when I'm right, it's left field, but my planes land. And this one right here, this is light work. She was there. And I didn't think that Dan would be even dealing with Wendi. Even when she has all new boyfriends, he's still going back to her. I thought, like, this man would never do that. Dan would never do that. But he was, because she's manipulative and the man wants his family back. And that's what Dan's own attorney was afraid that she would try to pull one of those, oh, he beat me up type stuff. And if there's men in this chat, y'all know some of these toxic females do weird stuff like this. Some of them, not many, but if you ever encounter one, run. So, I mean, I expect a certain amount of pushback on things that I come up with, because I know they're not like what everyone else is talking about. But I'm not everyone else, yo. Like, when I really come up with the theories that I come up with, that by the time I share them with y'all, I've thought about them for quite a while. And I make mistakes, like with Wendy's boyfriend. I didn't have the right name. And the irony of that is, my real name is very identical to who I thought is very close sounding to who I thought Wendy's boyfriend was. And so I wouldn't make that mistake. Like, I've been called George Fernandez a few times. I wouldn't make that mistake, yo. So that was, I mean, of all things, I wouldn't do, and it's not just me saying that. I actually like morphed a picture. I took the time and did frame by frame to be wrong. But I've seen, like, and I'm cool with it. When people like go through my videos and say that's wrong or that's inaccurate, or we found out that, you lose credibility. All right, but like the beach picture with Katie and Wendi and Yindra, and I thought that the picture was taken with the front facing camera off a timer, just on how level the angle of the shot was like 90 degrees, right? But Charlie took that picture. But everything that contributed to that picture being taken would show the same thing. So like the angle is on point, and then like the indentation on the, I guess the sheet that they had on the beach, it would be the same thing with Katie passing Charlie her phone to take a picture. But I knew when the picture was, the date the picture was taken, and I geotagged that bitch and timestamped it off the sun in the background by looking at it. I still did that. And no one wanted to, and yeah, I can tell the time by looking at the shadow. That's one thing I've always done, but like no one counted that shit. It was about who took the picture, but Charlie wasn't there the whole time either. He was there, but not the whole time. And Yindra said that. I wouldn't expect Charlie to be sitting around 3 single moms on Father's Day. Who's doing that, yo? Is there anything else that you want me to elaborate on before I? Hopefully, my lady brought me some McDonald's, but I don't know. Let me look at some questions real quick. When he testified last trial that Charlie was not there, I don't know why. And you just said that he was. I don't know what the difference would be. I don't know what the difference would be if he's there or if he's not. Who was a friend who Wendi claimed only became a boyfriend a month after her? So Jeff Lacasse? I think that's who. And Jeff Lacasse, if you listen to all his interviews with police, man, I thought, and Jeff is a smart dude, and he has like a doctorate in psychiatry and still got manipulated by a cluster B personality disorder, drone female. The manipulations, man. I would hate to have to show up to trial and talk about some frail little slur you messed with back in 2014 under oath, man. Fuck that. I would hate that. Like my whole, you get typecast as like the ex-boyfriend that, ew. I feel bad for Jeff. I feel bad for Dan. I feel bad for even the dude she's dealing with now that she's trying to get this man to adopt her kids, allegedly. That dude, I'm not going to say nothing about him because there's nothing I can say. That picture I saw with her and them together, I was like, ew. Like you're sitting there like you're at like a professional event with the whole background thing, like immigrant kids save the immigrant kids philanthropy banner, and then you got this man just grabbing, just like, what are you doing, bro? You definitely 47 years old, and you're at a professional setting, hugged up on this woman, like in a casual setting, like grabbing her ass, like there's like, say you don't like interact with females regularly, if that's what it is, because like you just don't do that. I wasn't doing that when I was in high school, like taking pictures and be like, it's mine, bro. What are you doing? And there's nothing there. Like even if there was something there to grab, like You grab, it's an air ball. No, seriously, you pull that picture up, girl. That girl is flat, front and back. There's nothing to grab, bro. I'm gonna leave that man alone because I know that woman's. He's probably trying to write a book after all this is all said and done. Like, why would you deal with her? Seriously, like, Google her name and all the bad stuff comes up. So said Dan just wanted to keep his marriage and family. Yeah, marriage and that's what he wanted. He wanted to stick to the script. And it's so wild how like Donna like made Rob Adelson like break up with his who ended up becoming his wife later on, but like break up with the woman he loved to marry a woman because she's Jewish, just because she's Jewish, and he ended up divorcing her to get with the woman he did love. And then she helps Wendi divorce the man that she selected off a dating app and helps her divorce him because he's too Jewish. Come on, like, make it make sense. These people are they're horrible. And it's so good to see that Rob Adelson came out like as a good person in life. It must have, I can only imagine like the amount of stress to not see your parents for 10 plus years, and then the next time you see your mom as you're testifying against her in a murder trial. Telling, come on, yo. Like Rob, you can like I could see like him like clenching his jaw when he's answering this question, like answering the questions like he's just under that much stress. Like Donna's a menace, but like I don't. It's so wild to me how like each person that's involved in this, their individual, the things that they want out of this on an individual level, and how it just adds up into a person losing their life. It's crazy. It's like Wendi wants to move to South Florida because Donna wants her to move to South Florida and raise Wendy's kids, and Wendi wants a free babysitter. Charlie is Donna's problem solver who seeks the approval of Donna. So Wendi makes Donna feel as though everything is horrible with Dan to pay for her divorce, and then later on say, yeah, let's just clip this dude. So Charlie's solving a problem for Donna, gets Katie, who's just a grubby, stealing, she's just a stain. And then she knows that Sigfredo wants to get back with her, and he feels emasculated because he loses his job, and now she's dealing with the dentist that says what that mouth do after 5 p.m. And so he goes and gets Luis because he's just a shooter and he doesn't really know how to get out of situations. So he calls Luis, and Luis only helps him because he doesn't want Sigfredo to get caught up as soon as he does it. Because he just doesn't want, he knows that Sigfredo won't be able to get out of that situation once he does it. He doesn't know how to, do the logistics of stuff like that. So he goes along with it. Everybody's like individual reasons for being a part of this are just so wild. And it's not even like Luis didn't do it about the money. He did it to look out for his friend. Sigfredo didn't want it. He did it. Yeah, he did it for the financial reasons, but he wanted his girl back because he feels emasculated. The girl is cheating on him with her kind of employer from his perspective. It's one thing if the finances ain't right, but and she's working, but if she's working and she's dealing with the dude that's she's working for, technically from Sigfredo's perspective, that's Suit Inc. And Sigfredo's Cuban too. That would plague his soul. That's essentially saying this man pays my bills and taps off my wife after work. Like, come on now. And Katie made more money than Luis and Sigfredo combined. Literally, on paper. Luis gets 37. Sigfredo got like 40 or so, he said, and Katie took part of that 100K and made more money off the checks. It's wild. It's really wild, and I'm gonna say this: there is a cultural and racial component to this that made this worthwhile for the Adelsons, because they look at it like nobody will ever think that we would be around these buenos over here. Right? You got all the brown people. Oh, you got a Cuban, Puerto Rican, and a Filipina. We wouldn't be around those peasants. Come on now. It's wild. And part of the thing about the bump that when the undercover went up to Donna, which is genius in itself. Like, when I first saw that, I looked at it from like my lens. If some guy like walked up to me looking like that dude with a button-up shirt with the crazy, like the big wild like Barry White goatee, and he's like, hands me a piece of paper. I'm like, yo, you ain't no Latin king, bro. You're not one of them. But for what they needed to get done, it worked, because Thug McNasty or Thug Martinez can't really approach Donna the same way as a white passing Latino would do. And hand her a piece of paper like, oh, Mrs. Adelson, here, I want you to have this. Thank you, Martha. It worked because he can approach her. Oh, you scared me. But like, she takes the paper and he can actually says his little script with his little hidden camera in his button. And it's like, he's saying like every part of the bump has a part of what actually happened. So like, if you take the $5,000 that Wendi supposedly gave Sigfredo, that note that the undercover gave Donna said, I want $5,000. And then you have the paper, You don't have it in an envelope. You have a paper. And Katie talks about the paper that Dan gave her that had Dan Markel's information on it. The undercover gives a piece of paper to Donna. And then he says, I want the whole 100,000. That's from the perspective of Luis and Sigfredo breaking down $100,000. Everything that happened in the bump is a composite, or I wouldn't say amalgamation. I don't think I even know what amalgamation fully means, but like it has like a part of what actually happened. 5,000 piece of paper with Dan's name on it and picture on it. And then a guy that's supposedly a Latin king who got out of jail, who was locked up with Luis. You see what I mean? Using terms that like mean like brother, like they don't say like Latin kings say like brother for people who are other Latin kings. And he's using Latin king terms, like stuff like that. It's like, that's kind of smart, because it's also, that guy looked very undercover looking. Like he looked very undercover-ish. And to me, he did. And I was in disbelief, but to approach Donna, it worked perfectly. And then Sigfredo's like, he sounds like some New York nigga. And then the dude, the undercover, is using like terms that like Puerto Ricans and Cubans don't really use. Like the Spanglish was definitely just a little bit off. And it'd just be like, what is, you know what I mean? Like it was, but it's like, that's what they're doing. They didn't want to look like they are actually that. They want you to actually talk amongst each other and say, you know, this dude sounds crazy. Like, why does the guy sound like he's from New York using Mexican talk? You know what I mean? Charlie, Donna and Charlie, I think in real life they may be intelligent for regular things, but I think in terms of criminality, definitely they're not there. None of them are there. And they made a bad choice. Sigfredo has got like, look, yo, I tell you this, like, I didn't want to say this, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if Wendi tried to put some moves on Sigfredo, like a green-eyed Cuban. Like, all right, here's another thing that I think that I haven't really talked about. I think Wendi, just her vibe is like she likes. All right, this is just, I'm just putting this out there. Like, I have no basis for this. Wendi, the women like Wendi date dudes in their own, they date dudes that have like the accolades and stuff in public, but in private, they're dealing with Tyrone and Juan Carlos, street dudes. Like they like when women who are like Wendi publicly have like a certain image, but they'll go out with the dude that that looks the part and then say, oh, I don't feel so good, I think I'm just gonna go home. And then they go over Juan Carlos's house, who lives around the corner. And she can go over there and talk about, oh, yo tengo que practicar mi español contigo, señor, while he's bagging up work. look, there's plenty of women like that are like that like to be in the mix. Or not in the mix, but they like to be around dudes that are in the streets in private. But that's what I'm telling you. There's plenty of Wendys around. I forgot she said you guys. Yo, I think that if like Sigfredo, I think he would know better to leave her alone, to not get into that. Like dealing with, because that messes everything up. You can't mix that and no. But at the same time, her brother is taking down his baby mom regularly. It's like he probably, I mean, I don't know, but I can't say, but I think it wouldn't be far-fetched that he did it just out of revenge. I mean, and like women who are like Wendi don't have, like, yes, okay, Wendy's smart, she's book smart, but she just is a chameleon and acts however her target is expecting what they want to act. She doesn't have like a real personality. She doesn't have anything like unique about her. And those type of women, if you only got your looks, as 50 Cent said, if you realize if you only if everything you get is about your looks, you're gonna do some whole shit. And the stuff that Jeff Lacasse was saying about Wendi, it adds up. Like there are plenty, and he was talking about, oh, she was called her on OK Cupid. Who uses OK Cupid? I mean, if you do, that's what you do. I've only seen like pop-up ads for OK Cupid. Like, but I think she wasn't even on OK Cupid. I think she was just dealing with dudes that she knew around and whatever. And it just was a way to distract Jeff and just like, yeah, to for her to really just run over his boundaries. Like, yeah, she's on OK Cupid while y'all in a whole relationship, and she wants her kids to call you dad. Those type of females are the worst. That type of toxic. I don't know. I as I said earlier, like Wendi is not living a life of like carefree. Just because she's not arrested and they haven't indicted her, she's not free mentally. The type of anxiety that someone in Wendy's position has every day, you're gonna have like 6 bars of Xanax a night to maybe get a blink of sleep. You're not sleeping. Simple as that. So if anything, if I'll tell you this, like the stress that she's under is bad. I don't know what else to say about this. Is there anything else y'all wanted me to talk about, or y'all got any questions? What's up? Sin City Bell, what's up? What was Wendy's biggest mistake? I think Wendy's biggest mistake is navigating life, feeling like she's incapable of making mistakes. So someone like her, who has, like, as Jeff like has said, she has impulse impulse problems and things like that. Like, this wouldn't happen. There's a lot of things that would have stopped this from happening, but one of the main ones is her seeking out Alfredo directly. Naida, thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all. Like, I I never had 326 people, like, literally just I'm serious. Like, I'm just talking off the top of my head. Like, it's never not. I really appreciate y'all. Like, live, like, even just watching my videos, I appreciate that. I don't get the views that some of the more popular YouTubers covering this case get. I don't get a fraction of them, but I know my views are solid and that people really enjoy them. And for the amount of time that I put into them, like this, like it's worth it, you know? Like, it takes hours to make 1 minute of what you see on the screen, and I'm just, as someone who's like creative 24/7, it's just an awesome feeling when the comments that I read that say the things that they say, you know. Wendy's mistake was immediately jumping into her I drove by Trescott story as soon as Isom told Dan was shot and not gonna make it. He never said where, but she jumped right there. And yo, this is what I mean. Wendy's biggest mistake is to think that she's incapable of making them. She's the stuff that she does is like she's it amazes me, like the type of stuff, like when I sometimes go back and watch like her interview with Detective Isom, and it's like, you're a whole lawyer and you're sitting here like just chopping it up with people, and then complimenting the victim advocate, and then all that stuff was just so weird. So weird. So I was hoping tomorrow, like I have the video that I've been working on is basically what I covered in this live. The whole Wendi is gonna be Wendi, Sigfredo, and the Owl. That's what I was gonna title the video. But I was almost finished it. I didn't put any I don't have a script for it. It's just a visual. Like, I think, all right, most people make videos where they're like, they write a script and then they, I guess, like, get in front of the camera and just put everything together. But I don't do that. I don't think in words, I think in images. So I put all the visuals together and then I have to go after that and like write down what I want to say. And that makes things take a lot longer, but I think I'll be done with it tomorrow. What's your opinion on court TV stating Wendi asked boyfriend to adopt the boys? I don't. If it's true, how would they know that? If it's not true, I hope it's not. But all right, say it is true. Say it's not a matter of court TV saying that. She doesn't have anybody. She hates Dan so much that she can't involve his parents in raising her sons. That is a level of hatred that she has for a person that she allegedly arranged to have eliminated. And 11 years later, when it could go down, she asked her boyfriend, not her husband, because her boyfriend probably knows what happens if you piss off, if you're married to Wendi and you piss off your wife, what could happen? Her kids are like 15, 16. One was born in 2009, one was 2010. So they're 15, 16 years old. Adopt them. And she's only been dating them for X amount of time. I don't think is it a year? I don't have the words for how I feel about it. I just think it's just like she's a mess. She's a whole mess. And that dude, I hope he just Google something, bro. Just Google Whendi Adelson and just scroll. And then think to yourself, can I do better than this? I literally cannot think of any benefit in having a relationship with one Whendi Jill Adelson. I don't care what kind of whatever she can do that Jeff was talking about. It's all, it ain't worth it. We spread the word and you're known amongst the YouTube streets, so keep doing it. Yeah, a little bit. It's I'm not like, certain people, but like I've noticed that I'm not as unknown that I was like last year. I should say that. And I'm not trying, it's not about like me. Like I like to present the art, the videos. Me personally, that's why I'm not in my videos. I want you to see the art. Like I do live streams because I like interacting with people, but I can't really. I don't think I wouldn't be effective if I was all audio, And I'm gonna get better at this, but like I like interacting with everyone and seeing what your opinions are, what your questions are, and then going back and making better material for y'all. Because every video that I make, I get a little bit better. It's not like I plateau with this. Like I'm talking shit, but this is how I can look at a video that I made like 2 years ago and be like, like every video I make, how can I put it? There's more tools that come out and more things that I just find out about by mistake, and I just sit there and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make something crazy, and I'll get to the point where I can upload more videos more often and be more consistent. But the 2 minutes before I post the video, I sit there and it's uploading. It's like I know it's gonna be fire. I just don't post stuff for the algorithm. I 40% of you guys that all right, almost everyone who watches my videos subscribes. But out of the people that subscribe, like almost 40% have their notifications on. I'm not wasting your time with some if you got your notifications on for me, if I post something, it's gonna be worth it. I'm not just posting whatever. I'll take weeks to make a 30-minute video, and I'm not gonna show up on your screen while you're at 3 a.m. to waste your time. She already abuses herself with medication and alcohol. If that wasn't evident in this past trial, like I think Wendi is like a box wine bitch, and she takes Zans. Like I think she has a Xanax dependency based on what I'm seeing. Like she has a little bit of a Xanax dependency. Definitely, she looks like a box wine Pinot Grigio type. I know I'm just throwing that out there and it sounds crazy, but like that's what the vibe that I get from her. She's starting to get, she's getting probably at least like 20 units of Botox. But in addition to that, like her swollen neck and face is saying Xanax. That's not, I don't think that's so much Botox. Her eyebrows that look like Jafar and the anonymous mask at the same time, just the super villain angles. That's Botox. But all this stuff here, 2 milligram bars, probably a few a day. And being that her dad could write scripts all the time, she probably can get it like that. Okay, I was saying earlier, videos have replay value. I feel like they're always finding little Easter eggs every time I watch them. Yo, sometimes as I'm making, I'll make a video and then I'll see something that, because I have to watch the video over and over again before I go to the next part, and I'll see something and it'll be like, oh shit. So it's like I know what you mean by that, because I'll sit there and make something and notice something within a video that's a whole new piece of information. Jeff said she was on Lexapro. I don't know how that drug, the side effects for that with women. I was on Lexapro once. I definitely gained weight off that, and then yeah, it has some other side effects too, but I won't get into those. But they're definitely just weren't good. Wendy's new boyfriend could be FBI. I don't think he could be in a relationship with someone like that without the FBI knowing, but his employer is contracted with the federal government for data purposes, for data storage and other data related products that FBI and other government entities contract with who he works for. I'll say that. So him being FBI, I don't really think he would be on FBI's payroll, but the company that he works for does contract with the FBI for data type things. I'll just leave it at that. And it wouldn't be far-fetched if he's had assignments working for those people based on what he specializes in his role with that company. I'm not trying to put the man's, you know what I'm saying, but like he's in a very key position and they do that. She's puffy because she's partaking heavily. Yeah, look, when your nightmares have nightmares, when you wake up from a nightmare and then wake up, that's a type of stress that a person will take anything to get away from, even just temporarily. You don't want that stress. And I'll just tell you, like if you have if you're in a situation to where whatever you're doing has not the potential, but it's sooner or later it's going to happen where the blue jackets come. You're already there. You're already in a type of confinement within your own mind. It's that's all I can say. Like, it's not like to the point where when if she actually gets arrested, she'll probably get the best sleep of her life. It's like that because it's all over. You know what I mean? Woody's boyfriend's a very masculine Latin male. Yeah, physically, but like I just don't see like someone like him as masculine as he is would interact with something like that. It just, that part doesn't make any sense. That doesn't take away from masculinity. The man's in shape, you know, like I'm not going to talk about this man's looks like that. I'm just saying, like, I feel like he's intelligent enough that he could do much better. He has the, you know, I just don't understand. I don't see anything that says here Whendi Adelson is a good girl to be with. You know, an indicted co-conspirator for murdering your ex-husband. Come on, like there's nothing there. Like just the way he like grabbed her, you know, like at that photo, I was like, oh, that's it. he doesn't have like the type of experience that someone as masculine as you say should have. He just really doesn't know, like, doing the whole, like, come on, you don't need to do that. Not by his photo. I'm not gonna say anything about him anymore, about his looks. I'm focused. I'm more like, look. I'm not into like as a man, you can look and know what your competition is, right? But any dude that's like, how can I say this without saying it crazy? If most men, I'm talking out of all men, don't have like really, they're almost invisible to women. Most men are invisible to women. But if a dude, like, doesn't really have a problem in meeting women, seeing pictures that Wendi has with her dude, that stuff looks lame. It looks really lame. Like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do all that. I'm gonna see a couple more questions. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. What is it? 3 in the morning. 3 hours and 13 minutes. Lexapro and alcohol not good. Lexapro is, I don't know. It's well, I do know. Lexapro is just plus alcohol, very bad. But I can tell you, I took Lexapro for a little bit. Definitely was not. It wasn't working for me. Pretty much had to let that go. Try something else, because no. You know what I'm saying? Those kind of medications, SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, things like Lexapro, for men, make you fat and not be able to put in work. And no, Lexapro gotta go. Let's see. No alcohol with benzos in it. I'm not gonna comment on that. Like, all right, yeah, I am gonna comment on that. That's what. All right. That's what people do, yo. It's horrible. They don't remember. Yeah, you're not gonna remember anything with that combination. Yes, multiple SSRIs can lower libido for ages. It's happened to me. Wendi wouldn't have been down for that. I think in Wendy's case, it's not really about libido. I think she uses her sexuality as a means to get what she wants. It's not like if she like, all right, let's be real here. You saw the picture of Wendy's boyfriend, right? Okay. So like, all right, I'll just leave it at that. So I think she does what she does as a means to get what she wants. I'll tell you from a man's perspective, SSRIs can be a problem. When I was in my 20s, but I should when libido is not even, you know, it's not like, and that stuff is hold up, how can I word this right? SSRIs, when I took SSRIs when I was in my 20s, and it wasn't about the libido. It was about, you know, it just wasn't, it wasn't bad. Hold up. Let me think for a second. It wasn't I don't even have proper words for that. I'm just gonna leave that alone. Like, all right, I'm gonna leave that one alone. I just tell you, like, just off personal experience in my 20s, that it wasn't the move. I can nah, I'll leave that stuff alone. But I don't have any words for that. Not for you two. I'll just tell you, like, SSRIs, for in my experience, it's they cause more problems. If not for dudes I know that have taken SSRIs, yeah. Me, no. It was the actual being able to, you know what I mean. It just wasn't. I couldn't reach the. I don't know if I'm trying to be like YouTube safe or just like not trying to sound tacky, but it would just wouldn't. Martha, it's not that day. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's just not happening. Yeah, exactly. Climax. That's yeah. I don't know why I didn't think of that word. That's exactly what it was for me when I took those in my 20s. It just wasn't happening. So I would just look like, like whatever you're doing, but I don't care how good you are, but it's just not and then I have to explain that shit. Nah, fuck that. Especially back in those days, like no. Shit. All right. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah. But Wendi is hopefully Harvey can still write scripts, because he's got to be writing some serious scripts if he's doing that for Wendi. Because look, You don't want those problems. Like the whole Vietnam thing with Donna makes so much more sense if you got those people. I mean literally, if those people, I'm talking about like the feds, have made contact with you or attempted to make contact with you for a real reason, it'll change you. It will change you. I'm telling. I know this. Like it's definitely it's a type of you don't want it, bro. I'm just telling you because I know like when they make contact with you, it's not going to be the same for you. I'll just tell you that. And if it's them, they have the information. They all that stuff, that WhatsApp, all that stuff, they got it. They have it. They just give a little bit to George Cappleman and Chris Corbett. They already have it. It's over for them. And I know like I'm not, like I'm not like the big YouTuber with hundreds of thousands of subscribers and with the degrees and the law degrees and all that stuff. And I'm giving y'all some left field shit, but I'm telling you, it's different when you're the one that they're suspecting of something. And if your name is in all caps in bold font on a document in such and such .gov PDF, it's different. They got you. A lot of the stuff that I tell y'all, the information that I'm able to get from reading documents that aren't really like stated directly or they're not in evidence, it's because I've had to learn. I've seen these things, and I know. How can I say this? All right. A probable cause affidavit is just a little snapshot of what they have on you. That probable cause affidavit becomes the indictment. The indictment becomes a discovery hearing. A discovery hearing becomes what's evidence to be used in trial. I'm used to looking at documents on maybe a probable cause affidavit. Like people like myself are used to only working with probable cause affidavits to figure out which way that an investigation will go. So you have probable cause affidavits, indictments, full trials that are on YouTube with all the evidence that's available online. That's way more information than I'm used to dealing with. I can tell when it's about to go down, and when it happens to Wendi, it's going to be really bad. It's going to be really bad on her. She's going to have more, in my opinion, this is my opinion, more than just this homicide. There's no reason why there are 30 federal agents on a state prosecuted homicide. I've never seen that. 30. 30. They don't even have 30 on a Fed case. 30 on a single homicide, not no serial killer, such and such. All of the Adelsons. If you want to know what a case is really about, seeing what people are charged with is one thing. But look at who their lawyers are. Every one of the Adelson's lawyers, their bread and butter are white collar, fraud, corruption, Medicare fraud. That's their forte. Dan Roshbaum, white collar. All those guys are white collar. Not one of them has defended a client on a murder case, on a violent felony. They're all white collar. That tells you what these people are guilty of. Is if you have a group of people that are all facing charges for something, look at who they're what is the type of case that their attorney is most successful in will tell you what they're guilty of. Simple as that. IRS, all that. Nonprofit organizations, all that. I've been in my last part, I showed you how Wendi put a person who was literally trying to be a judge in the same circuit that they're trying the Dan Markel case in. And she put that person on her payroll 1 month before Katie and Sigfredo's trial. And then on the day of the murder, she goes to ABC Liquors, and that guy's office is next door, and they share the same parking lot. And she bought that bourbon at 12:49 p.m., and that court takes lunch at noon. This isn't coincidence. This isn't conspiracy theory. This ain't some weirdo talking. Yeah, I'm a weird dude, but I'm telling you, these are facts. If she's around those type of people at that specific time on that day, and later on she's putting them on payroll 1 month before the conspirators on the case that she's an unindicted conspirator of, like what? That's wild. These people are into more things, and this is my opinion, into more things than just that. They've put their resources into preventing a prosecution. Do you think it's possible that Wendi has enough powerful, influential people behind her that can manage to get away, for her to get away scot-free? Not anymore. 2015, 2016, maybe, before everybody was picked, like Luis and Sigfredo and Katie were picked up. 2015, yeah. She was a clerk for a federal judge in the appellate court of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in the federal court. She was a clerk for Alberto Jordan, who's a appellate court judge in the federal system. She did that for a year. That's the closest that I think that she's gotten to someone influential. After that, nah. Because she was, and the feds are funny. They pick people up on some weird dates. Like, if it's a certain day that has some kind of significance, they'll just start rounding people up on that day. And it's like, oh, that's scary. Or Wendi was the clerk for that judge from September 2015 to September 2016. So there are 30 days in September, and September 30th of 2016 was a Friday. So that's her last day working as a appellate court judge's clerk. They arrested Katie on October 1st. Was that a coincidence? To me, that's a message. You work for a federal court judge for a year. Last day, Friday, September 30th. We're gonna pick up Katie and let you know how close we are. It's not a coincidence, yo. Why is it taking 11 years? Because I feel as though if you had the people outside of Sigfredo and Wendi, and you try and say if let's switch this around, and you say Sigfredo and Wendi, if they showed the proof of the direct connection, would it be easier or harder to convict Katie and Charlie and Donna? Would it be easier or harder? You have the person that would benefit the most and the person that is getting paid. All those other people, it'll probably be harder to convict those people. So you kind of got to do them first. That's what I think. And Willie Maggs. Willie Maggs was like afraid to try to arrest Wendi and them and the Adelsons. Like Sigfredo was arrested. Luis was already indicted. And Katie wasn't arrested yet. And he did an interview in September 2016, right before Wendi was done being a federal appellate court judge clerking. And he was like, if you want to charge them and then get hit with a lawsuit later, like, what? You're scared of a lawsuit from the Adelsons for charging them with this? So I think part of that is just waiting for those people to just be out of there. And Willie Meggs was out of there on January 1st of 2017. So I think that part of it is certain people have to get out of there. Part of it is they charge the people that they can convict without giving up the evidence that they need to convict the next person. If you look at like the WhatsApp line of questioning that Donna gives Wendi each trial, it's different each time. It's a little bit, she asks the same question, but yet she has to ask them different ways. So if they charged Wendi back in 2016 with all that WhatsApp stuff, would it be as easy to convict Charlie? I don't know. He says, I think if they use the same evidence from Donna's trial, she'd be convicted. You know, they have more because there are still sealed documents. Yeah. There's more. Like the type of lawyers they get tell you what they're really afraid of. And although I can't say I know exactly what it is. I don't, but why are you using white collar attorneys for us, using federal white collar attorneys for state violent conspiracies? I don't get it. Laurel looked very, very stressed out at court. That was sort of, I think, I don't know. I haven't seen him really look stressed. He looks, I don't know if I would say stressed. He looks like he cares about how he looks, and then he doesn't. Like his hair will be all long, his face won't. Like growing a beard is one thing. We're just not keeping up with yourself. He looks kind of disheveled sometimes, and then he looks like he's on point. I don't know why, but Wendy's paying the big bucks for him. That is a expensive attorney. He's Donald Trump's attorney. What more? I need to know who's paying for that. I don't know. I thought it was George Fernandez. And I made that huge mistake. I mean, I'm still hearing about that every day, but I made the mistake. But this the other George, he could probably afford those fees. I don't know what his fees are, but what Laurel's fees are, but I those invoices have gotta make your stomach hurt. You look at that, you're like, I don't know if he's getting paid per hour or what. Maybe he's probably getting paid per hour. Those hourly fees on attorneys is crazy. If you have if you have any attorney, if you a defense attorney and you're paying them hourly, and they know you're guilty, that's another thing. If they know you're guilty, they're gonna figure out there somehow, some way, whether if you're just slip up and just tell them, yeah, I made X amount of dollars doing something, they're taking just about all of it. They're gonna bill you till they take all your money. I know this. Sorry. I know this. They're taking your bread, yo. He made Wendi move away from her. Who's he? They're talking about that. I don't know what he is. He looks like kind of Puerto Rican. He looks like kind of a Puerto Rican, maybe Cuban. I don't know. That's what he appears Wendy's boyfriend, but I don't think Wendy's boyfriend can make Wendi do anything. I think Wendi can make him do something. And he's that type to be like, yes, okay, I'm not gonna put an accent. I don't know if this dude has an accent or not, but he looks like he doesn't. Actually, he doesn't, because I've seen a video of him talking about he had something, and I watched it, and yeah, he doesn't have an accent like he don't talk like that, and your mommy, you know what I'm talking about. He doesn't have that. Yeah, the boyfriend. George, Jorge, Señor Estrada. I don't know. He doesn't have an accent though. He sounds American. He don't talk like that, you know all of that. Todo ella, mommy. Nah, none of that stuff. Yeah, I don't. He doesn't strike me as one of those. And he ain't doing that. Jose Baez could manipulate a Florida jury. No, not his business. Yo, Jose Baez could sell tanning beds in Nigeria in July. That man he's something else. He's something else. He will sell tanning beds in Nigeria. I don't know how he does it. But Jose is like that. I don't really like his clientele, but Jose Baez is like that. There's certain lawyers that just, if you got the money, things will go away, but it will cost you. Yep, he's a tech guy. He's a tech guy for a very large corporation we're all familiar with. And that very large corporation has contracts with a lot of other very large corporations, governments, stuff like that. And he's like into the AI sector stuff. I don't know exactly what he does. I watched one. He has a video on YouTube. Yeah. You want to see this dude? It's on YouTube. I mean, I can play it for you if you want to look at him explain something. But yeah, I don't. Jorge has a few videos and they're very interesting. I saw them after I figured out I learned that it wasn't the Jorge that I originally thought, and they are interesting. All right, let me find them. Give me a second.
Hi, my name is George Estrada, and I'm a strategist with the nonprofit team at Amazon Web Services. I'd like to take a few moments to talk about using the cloud for disaster recovery. According to IDC, 70% of companies surveyed experience up to 10 hours of unplanned downtime over a 12-month period. And 1/3 of those companies surveyed estimated the cost of their downtime to be between $10,000 and $99,000 per hour. Using the cloud for DR will reduce your organization's total cost of ownership by eliminating the need for duplicate hardware and redundant locations while improving resiliency. Now, two important variables your team will need from the executive leadership team are recovery point objectives, RPOs, and recovery time objectives, RTOs. And while this may sound like we're leaning in on all the technical jargons, just stay with me for a minute. Let's briefly define these terms. Recovery point objective, RPO, is the acceptable amount of time that can elapse during an outage. Basically, how much data can I lose before harm to my business? Recovery time objective, RTO, is the acceptable amount of time that can elapse before restoring business processes. How long can my systems be down before harm to the business? They're pretty straightforward points. But providing clear, unambiguous guidance for your technical team will help ensure that your organization's DR plan is testable and reliable during a service impacting event. RPOs and RTOs developed with executive leadership help define the scope and breadth for your organization's disaster recovery plan. Think of them as guardrails your engineers use to schedule and run periodic full-scale DR scenarios to test the reliability of the DR plan and all dependent systems. Your team will be able to compare recovery time results against the defined objectives and make changes as needed based on those results. DR in the cloud also helps organizations reduce management and operational overhead, capitalizing on automation, reducing errors and improving performance, and for faster recovery times. For more information on architectural best practices for designing reliable, secure, and efficient workload,
There you go. I'm sorry, Dan Markel, the dude is low key a downgrade, yo. Like those are some pronounced eyebrows. Like this area is like an awning over his eyes. It's like all right, I'm going to hell. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that to him. That part. I think his name is, oh man. I have one of my pet peeves is when Latinos anglicize their names to make them like more, you know, palatable, I guess, for like American type pronunciation. Like the George Jorge thing doesn't bother me so much, but I think if he had like the George Jorge thing doesn't actually bother me at all. Like it's like I think it's more so with like surnames or stuff like that. Like if you but last corporate job I had was it was a while ago, but I was talking to him and he was just like, he said his last name was Andred. And so I was like, I never heard of that. But I was like, can you spell that for me? He said Andrade. And at which point I was like, Andrade? He's like, yeah, Andred. I'm like, oh, you trying to be one of those. You're one of those. Andred. No, Andrade. I think at this point in United States, especially, you should be able to. I can't say like people are. I don't expect people to be rolling their R's, especially like pronouncing people's names. But if it's your name, you don't have to get. You know what I mean? But like that Andrew, that stuff is weird. I think that's weird. And he strikes me as like that type. That's just not how I feel. But as Eddie said, when you don't care what they look like, only what they can do for, that's facts. He's in, I'll just say it's online. Amazon Web Services, which does all kinds of cloud services from everybody, from every corporation all the way to the CIA. And literally, and he's like the main dude of the nonprofit sector of Amazon Web Services. And Wendi is the nonprofit princess to Mike Fernandez. Nonprofit, all that. She's going for the dudes that can do for her, yeah. or correlational. I'm not like, I know what you're talking. I know what you mean, but I'm not like super like into the whole IT data stuff. I have to know, of course, computers for what I do now, but like I'm not like, you know, an expert. I think, yeah, I could totally see Wendi having a savior complex. I could totally see that. Like I kind of like I'm a professional virtue signaler. I'm gonna help these buenos on the boat become citizens or wherever they're from. Yeah, I think it's like a low key like virtue signal type savior complex. That's that makes perfect sense. I mean, kind of. She is kind of like the nonprofit princess. You know, what is it? What is that the tax filing? Is it like a 920 or something? 990. I think it's about a 990. The 990B. If you got a little nonprofit immigrant child defense corporation nonprofit. We help the little buenos on the boat and bring them to America. I don't know. It is it. I personally don't think Wendi would be a good lawyer. Like if you actually had to like argue a case with her, her little tactics that she uses on the stand wouldn't work in like real court. Her little word salad and dodging and everything, like it wouldn't. I don't think she'd be a good lawyer. Like in a case, like if you actually put her, say she was a defense attorney, you're going to jail. Like I couldn't see her trying to like cross-examine someone under the rules of like a court. I couldn't see that. Her little manipulative tactics wouldn't work in a court setting. With any sick perp you can think of, often. Oh, okay. With any sick perp you can think of, offenders often have an ever open compensate. I can read. I've been drinking hella tequila, so often they have an overcompensatory front as a philanthropist or humanitarian. Oldest play in the book. I believe you. I've never. I know that people that have that kind of mindset are into philanthropy and stuff like that to earn trust, I guess, in certain situations, but I've never put that together in that way. But if it's not like a disagree or agree, I just never. I'd like to see like some more information on it, just for my own sake to understand it more. I thought it was just white showing more than usual, giving psychotic appearance. Oh, I don't know what that's referencing. She worked with traffic victims and Charlie a whole sleeve at. You know what? The Ryan Fitzpatrick dude, the dude that was supposedly Charlie's BFF or whatever. the first time I saw him, I kind of believed him, but I don't know. Like he gives me like Percocet addicted scammer roofer vibes. Like he's just like the dudes when I used to do roofing. There's a few Ryan Fitzpatrick's with harnesses walking around on perks. Like I'm sorry, but that's the vibe I get. I get the dude that has he's charming and everything. He can wear a suit, you know, if he feels like it. But in reality, he's an opportunistic, scammy type of individual. That's I don't know this. I don't know him, but I'm telling you, like, just off my spidey sense, he gives me scammy Percocet feeding roofer vibes. Dudes that I used to work with when I was roofing. And most dudes who are roofing, come on, you already know either they're good roofers or they can't get a regular job and they're roofing because it's too dangerous for a person with a clean record to want to work as a roofer. Like I get Percocet vibes from him. Like it's like, oh, he goes to work, pops a perk, he gets off work, gets a ball from you know out on the block in Northwest Miami, and it hits the town. I saw one interview he did with Judy, and I was watching. I was like, that's when I was like, this dude ain't shit. He probably wasn't even Charlie's real friend. They were just both scammy, opportunistic assholes. Simple as that. And then saying that he likes one thing that irked me is like he said that like Charlie goes over to third world country. Like, you know, he hooks up with, you know, females over in Asia or Latin America, and that happens. That's normal. But like when he said that he hooks up with those who have not reached the age of 18 yet, that part I was kind of I didn't know how I felt about that. And it's because you can't, all right. For some people, you can't say that about them without proof. Like you just can't just say that haphazardly, especially when you're on those trips with them. What are you doing? You checking IDs? Like you can't just say that about someone without verifiable proof. Because like if you're like one of those, you can't be around like certain people. If you're like that, you can't be around certain people because it could cause serious bodily harm and or death, and you just don't want that. So, but to call someone that, to say that that's what they do, but you're on those trips, what's that say about you? So if these two guys going, like that's the part that irks me. It's like, if you're going overseas and that's what you're doing, like, all right, dudes go overseas and they'll hook up with, it's well known, but like once you say that you're doing, you can't say that. You can't say that without verifiable proof, but it's you really put yourself in a bad situation saying that, and you're on that trip too. Y'all got the seats together. Y'all checked your passports together. You went over there to, and you're there. That's how you know that that's what he's doing. So, what were you doing? You can't. That's where I was when I saw that interview he did with Judy. I was like, nah. If it's true, it's true, but you were there. Because if you know that to be true and it was happening, you were still friends with him when you got back to the United States. It's as simple as that. There's no way. If I had a friend and like we went on vacation, the moment if I was aware of something like that, you don't exist. There's nothing to talk about. Nothing. There's nothing to talk about. If I don't do nothing to you there, no, I'd have to. It'd probably be easier because I probably could get away with it. But like if I would have to do something to you immediately, something permanent, something that you definitely would have. It would be one of those things would be like, what happened to you? Like it would be like that. I would never go somewhere with a friend who would do something like that, and they have the ability to just return to the United States and as they left. No, because I look at it from a different perspective. Like just like he talks about what Charlie was doing, but what are you doing? I couldn't be on a vacation with someone that I know that I'm friends with, and they go do some stuff like that, and then they'd be like, "Well, what were you doing?" I'm not having that. No, you're gonna have to deal with something. Some biblical shit is gonna happen to you. I might not like, but you definitely not gonna come back on the same flight. That's when I lost like respect for Ryan Fitzpatrick. Like you don't say that unless you mean it, and it's facts. But you're still you say that about him, and you're still friends with them. No, you're friends with them until like a business deal went wrong. That's crazy. I don't even want to like contemplate that. Like it's just like no, you're not gonna be able to no like no like that's just I know I'm like thinking about too much, but like that's definitely like something that I would have to. There will be a serious impact on your well-being for you not to be able to come back on the same flight as me, because I'm gonna be like, yo, he's one of them, and for me not to be put in the same category as you're gonna have to you're gonna have to deal with something. Something's gonna have to happen to you. I'm not gonna be put in the same sentence as someone else that's like that. It's not happening, yo. So like, no, he's no Percocet roofer, residential roofer. Yeah, I used to be a commercial roofer. Like the habits were not as I would say the residential roofers were definitely on more stuff. I was a commercial. I've done a few residential roofs, but the commercial guys, Jesus, can't even have my lunch pail around you. I got stories for days about that. I only worked like 2 seasons in roofing. Jeez, I don't know. Right, Charlie kept to himself about all those sick escapades here in the U.S. Unlike Wendi, Charlie was openly talking, bragging actually about his pervert. He's definitely not been around. Like when he talks about like the Cuban, like how Jeff has said that Charlie was talking about how he has connections to the Cuban criminal element. You ain't talking like that, bro. And saying all that, your proclivities in regular life, like some people will tolerate that, but like people like in who been in the justice system, there's a way that like those people are despised on another level. Those people are subhuman. They gotta go. Like there's just I'm sorry, it's no. There's nothing for you. Sorry, it's just I saw one of everybody falls. That's not a more or less. Like it's gonna happen. You're gonna fall through. Like falling off roof, maybe not. Falling through the roof, it's gonna happen to you. It will happen. It's not a matter. You're gonna like. I don't know about on the residential side of it, but I know on the commercial side, like within a month, I definitely fell. I fell through. The first one I fell through was not that bad. It was just termites and stuff. But the one I fell through that was like one of those like life flashing before your eyes move is in a month. It's gravity. I mean, it's not much you can really do. It's just not complicate your relationship with gravity. That's the main game. But people's roofs rot, and when you go up there to replace it, it's you just kind of know how to figure it out when it happens. But yeah, I've fallen through a few roofs, but I haven't like fallen through and hit us like a you know what I mean. Like the one time that I did fall through, that was like one of those like light flashing before my eyes. It was like this building was like 7 stories, the roof hadn't really had. This is a apartment building, flat roof, so it was a commercial roof, and I had a wheelbarrow with like old roofing material on it. I was just moving it from one place to another, and then I just went straight down, and I grabbed onto the support beam, and I twisted my arm really bad, but I didn't let go. But right below me was all the steps going down to the first floor, just cement steps. If I would have let go of that, it'd have been a wrap. But when I went through that roof, it tore all my pants off. It was crazy. Like, luckily I was wearing layers that day because I have like a ton of cuts like going up my leg from my ankles all the way up, and it did not hit the main event because that would have been a whole problem. But yeah, it ripped my pants so bad I had to like go to another stairwell and get another pair of pants. Crazy. Good money roofing, not. The side jobs, yes. Union jobs, yes. Regular job, no union. You might get some paper, but side jobs on a Saturday, yeah, you can come up. You make some good money. But like I'm not like I don't have like the experiences of like the being like I'm not a super roofer as some call it, but I'm strong and I can get things done, but I'm not like no way I'm not like the best roofer out there. Cuban food sounds so good right now. Yo. Facts. I haven't had any that I can make. Outside of what I can make, I haven't had any. I went to Toronto like a couple months ago, and I went to this place called what's it called? La Cubana. I spent like $60 there on DoorDash. I haven't had Cuban food in a good while. You can only get it in Florida if you're getting it here. I haven't been to Miami in a minute. We just told everybody to definitely do that. Read this picture on Facebook of his feet dangling through the ceiling because he fell through. I say, I'm telling you, it'll change. It'll change you. I have a picture of the roof I fell through, like look like on the surface, and then from the stairwell looking up. I gotta find it, but I got one. Yeah, it was hold on, I'll find it for you. I definitely I'm so glad I had fatigues on with the cargo pockets, and I had sweats up on under it. If it was just one of those layers, good night. I mean, it like literally tore my pants off. It tore my pants off all the way to like my belt. It was low key scary, but like it happens so fast, you don't get a chance to be scared, should I say? And then they helped me up. I mean, I grabbed onto the support beam and then I just like got my other arm and then just picked my feet up and then they helped me up. But it was type scary. And that was I think that was it for me after that. Had to go to the doctor because I twisted my arm. Like I didn't break anything, but I'm like 200 at the time. I was like 190 or something. I'm 6'1", and I grabbed onto that, and it was like all my weight just. I twisted my arm around, and it was like crack. I heard a snap, but like it didn't break anything. But after that, I couldn't really get up the ladder like I was before and stuff, or like holding power. I'm left-handed, but I use like power tools right-handed, and it wasn't happening. Blue River, remember Jeff said her ex was my was it I think it was a Mike something, but I don't want to say his name, and then he's not one of those, because you don't want to put that label on somebody. But what's his name? I heard that, and then he still deals with that. Doesn't make up. Jeff was in the Matrix though. Like she's going out, Wendy's going out dealing with Skittles type guys in the Skittles realm. I don't know. Like, and Jeff is still, he wasn't cool with that, but she's cheating on you with Skittles dudes that are in the Skittles group or some type of Skittles group. No. Jeff was lefty here. See? Oh, yeah, there's a good amount of left-handed people here. Construction is dangerous. Yeah. So yeah, sometimes I promised my girl I wouldn't like do roofing anymore after I fell that one time. But I like the danger aspect of it. I like that. I don't know why, but I really like that type of I don't know. There's something with me with that. I like scary, dangerous type of work. It doesn't I don't feel anxious or anything. Like I don't know. Something's wrong with me because I've seen people that I've worked with on their first day, they get up that ladder like 8 feet and then it's like they can't get up the ladder and it's like nah. And I have anxiety for a few reasons, but when I'm doing dangerous things, I don't have any anxiety. I like enjoy the dangerous aspect of it. There's something definitely wrong with me in that regard, but like, yeah. Grace, I like to be working ideas respectfully. I land in a different spot on the idea of Wendi communicating with Sigfredo. I don't think she communicated with him. I don't see her doing it. A lot of people don't see her doing it. And I can only explain it to you as the best way that I can. And when my next video comes out, you'll see a visual of it. And if you still don't think that she linked up with Sigfredo, I can't change your mind. The only people that can change your mind are the people that will be prosecuting her. It's just it's one of those things that in due time it'll land and it'll make sense. Like I have a couple other things that have come out, have been talked about recently by Dean's lawyer but when I said it in 2023, it was just like, what are you talking about? But now when his lawyer says it, it lands. I'm not saying that it happens for everything that I say. All I can say is that like if in the future, if I have an idea that or a theory that doesn't immediately make sense, and you don't agree with it, I just have to improve the way that I convey the information. But yeah, I mean, if you disagree, it it makes sense for you to disagree because Wendi is a type of person that presents on the surface angelic, but who wants to be adjacent to that criminal element, and she doesn't belong. She doesn't know how things go. But if you've, you know, people like Wendi are, you can see from a mile away, but I can't. You haven't made the bad choices in life to be able to detect that. And that's kind of a good thing. Georgia's a lefty. Yeah, Georgia is a lefty. And I was so happy to see Georgia right and left-handed after I saw Harvey right and left-handed. And I was like, you little, with your permanent sad face. Like he has the sad face, like the two dots with the face. And he's right and left-handed. I'm like, man, come on. And then Georgia was right and left-handed. I was proud. When did he? I mean, Diddy's a whole nother mess, but I don't want to talk about him. I think I really hope like before the year's end, like Wendi just gets picked up. But there's no shortage of evidence on her. I mean, I made my whole series based on like showing that the likelihood of evidence against her. And it's like, I can't, I don't expect people to change their minds on Wendi, but it seems like lately more people it's more about when rather than if than it was like in 2023. But like once I really got into this case, Wendi's in the mix. She is. And I just hope they pick her up where she doesn't have too much time to think about doing something drastic, so she doesn't have to be so she can avoid prosecution. I'm talking about, deleting herself. I'm not saying that I know, but she seems like the type that would present it with the potential of spending the rest of their life in prison. That's not such a bad choice. Like even Donna even said that she was gonna take a bunch of Xans and just sleep forever or something like that. Some people do that. I know one person that did it, and I didn't think that they would do that, and they did it. Some people, like when they even I've seen a lot of things pan out in a way that I didn't expect, and I've seen someone that I didn't know very well, but like they did something crazy and they got picked. The feds got him, and then they did something to themselves, and they're brain dead for a very long time. And then they pulled the plug. He wasn't going to do that time, and some people just aren't willing to do it, even if it's just a few years. Well, the dude I knew probably would have done like some double digits, but he wasn't going to do it. So people are not like, they're just not everyone's willing to do the time for the crime, whether it's being a snitching or whatever, or some people just they won't do it, and it happens more often than you think. When you don't want to be doing a purple, exactly. Like, remember when Donna first got arraigned and she came out in the purple, she had the purple get up, and then she had the three piece, and she came out like, all right, a three piece is a where you have your handcuffs, the waist chain clipped to that, and then you have the leg shackles, and then that are connected to the waist part. That's called a three-piece suit. So when Donna came out with that and Georgia was grinning and all that, I mean, it was crazy to see it, but imagine Wendi in that. Wendi can't live with that. She's not living through that. If dangerous or challenging things make you calm, it might be ADHD or other. Yep, I have ADHD, and I'm not saying that like how people say, "Oh my God, my ADHD." No, I'm. Look, yo, like you could no. It's I'm not one of those like people that talk about ADHD like just casually. No, it's part of my existence. It's yeah. It affects me in a lot of ways, and it's always has affected me. I mean, I mean that as just like that. It's there's ADHD is like definitely. I agree to that. Like dangerous and challenging things definitely just like I might have like a whole lot of work to do, and then I might procrastinate on it, but then when it's the last minute, I turn into Superman and just shit just gets done. And that's part of it, like the hyper focus. They're built for prison. It's a whole different world inside. Time stops literally. Yeah, the day you go in and the day you come out, that's the 2 days you do, and everything in between doesn't count. Yeah, I know some people. You ask them how old they are, and they tell you their jail age, and their jail age is their real age minus how much prison time they've done. So one of my boys, he's like 40. I think he's like 48. He told some girl he was 39. I was just like, he's like, I went to prison. It's my jail age. Like, and it wasn't like he didn't feel like he was like lying to her, like not lying. He's like, she's gonna know when he told a girl to Google him, like Google him one, like she asked him about, like, oh, tell me about, you know, your background and, oh, what you went to school. He's like, Google me. And she Googled him, and then her face was like, it worked. That's like a flex, but not if telling the girl to Google him just so she can learn like that he's like he's on another level. That's crazy, but there's no point in like weird small talk. Thank you to Miss. Why are y'all up at 4:15 a.m.? Let's start there. Diminished capacity. And it's nice to see you too. I gotta let y'all get to sleep. I don't sleep. I sleep a little bit. I tend to come alive at like 11:30 at night, midnight. I'm just like, you two bad actors. You're on the West Coast. Okay. Katie speaks Spanish. I think Katie speaks Tagalog. Katie was born in the Philippines. She came into the United States when she was 7. But she probably does. I mean, she's been with Sofredo for so long. She might speak Spanish, and she's in jail. She might speak Spanish. Everybody speaks Spanish now. You can't really be surprised when someone who appears like they don't look like they speak Spanish, and then they do. It's like it's not really surprising anymore. You know. But I'm gonna let y'all go. I've been running 4.5 hours. I appreciate y'all for watching my videos, like for real. I put a lot of work into them, and y'all watching them and on repeat is like it's a good feeling. Like reading the comments and seeing comments that are they're complimenting, and some of them that disagree. I like them all as long as they're genuine. I like them all, and that I know I sound cliche as hell because I've seen other people on YouTube that they'll get to a certain point, maybe it's subscribers or whatever, something, and they're proud about it, and then they say things about how appreciative they are to people that watch their videos. And this is before, like, I've been doing YouTube, and I'll read it or watch it. I'm just like, really? But I take a lot of pride in my craft, and it's like when people enjoy it and they share it and all that. I read stuff that people say like on other platforms that I don't even participate in, and I'm like, yo, wow, and I'm trying not to be cliche, but it's I'm at the point where like my ideas are taken seriously for like really now. Like before, like I would say my ideas, and it would just kind of be like, what are you talking about? But now I have a format in which I can show you how I see things, because I think in images. I don't think in words. So it's like when I have that there and it's on the screen and I see like I read the comments, but like sometimes like I've watched people watch my videos, like if they come over or whatever, like different friends, and they'll look at and they may not be really be into my YouTube because they don't watch it, but then they see it, they're like, this is what you do, or they'll be on the TV randomly, and it's like, I made that video, right? You made that? That's like the craziest compliment. So like I don't look at like those other YouTubers like that when they show how appreciative they are for the people that watch their stuff, because like now I'm seeing that shit. And I'm nowhere near the level as some of the other people, but like when people watch my videos, they really, really like them. And it's an awesome feeling. Because for a while, like the ideas that I would have about random things, I wasn't always able to convey them effectively, and that sound crazy. But now it's like now you see what I'm thinking, and it's there, and you see it how I see it. There's not no. I mean, you can use AI if you want to, but like I'm before AI. I don't write in words how I want something to look. I make it look how I want it to look, And it's like, it's dope. So, hold on. Like I addressed this one. All right. What is your Ray Rivera theory? Okay. I'm not going to tell you the whole Ray Rivera theory, but I'll tell you all this. I started making videos, period. Before I was just graphic design, paint, shit like that. I wasn't editing videos. I saw the Ray Rivera episode on Unsolved Mysteries in 2020. And yeah. So since then, since like late 2020, when I first saw that episode, I've been sharpening a sword to make a documentary. And I'm not making a documentary for the sake of making a documentary. It's because that is the most effective format in which I can explain what I think happened to Ray Rivera. And all these other cases, Adelson's, all the other stuff that I've been working on is kind of like practice for this one case. And Ray Rivera is or was he's for originally he's Puerto Rican. He was born in Spain, and he lived in Florida and California. He's was a professional water polo player, and he at one point worked for someone in Baltimore, Maryland, who was his friend from high school. And 2 years after working for him, he ends up somehow dead in a conference room of a vintage hotel that was turned into condominiums in Baltimore City, Maryland. And it's been a huge to-do about how he passed. It was the first episode of the Unsolved Mysteries reboot. It came out July 1st, 2020. It's the first episode titled Mystery on the Rooftop, Season 1, Episode 1. And I'm from the Baltimore area. I'm from a suburb of Baltimore. When this happened, I heard about it, but this was in 2006. So, like, just picking up a cell phone and looking at the news wasn't really a thing. I heard about it. Just like, you heard that someone jumped off the Belvedere? In my head, I've been there before. I'm like, you would think what you would think if someone were to be up there. They did it on their own. Never talked about it again to anyone. It was just like one of those things like, yo, you hear someone jumped off the Belvedere? It was like that. Fast forward to 2020. My girl's like, you heard of Ray Rivera? And I was like, no. She was like, he's from Baltimore. And she said this. She's like, he reminds me of you. And that right then and there, I was just like, yeah, right. So I go and I look this up on Netflix. And appearance-wise, nah. Like he's 6'6", 260, all muscle, world-class athlete. And I'm I'm not 6'6" and a world-class athlete. I'm 6 something. I'm not like, So there were some things that she picked up on that I noticed, and I was like, all right, I can understand why you say that, but no, it's not from like appearance sake. And then I started I watched the episode like once, and I'm this is gonna sound crazy, but I had this feeling of like, you ever been so mad you sweat? You're just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ever been like so mad, like your eyes hurt? I don't know. But I felt that level of anger. And it was like, I watched the episode again and again. And I had to work in the morning. I had a regular job at the time. And I kept watching it over. I watched it like 5 times in a row. And then something like this is gonna sound crazy because I'm just gonna sound crazy, conspiracy theory, whatever. But I hope y'all realize, but at this point, if you're watching this and you've watched my videos, that I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Like I really break things down and make it make sense. I don't. And calling someone a conspiracy theorist is wild, dismissive. It's I saw something, and while watching Unsolved Mysteries, and I'm telling you, I had it. And it's gonna sound crazy, but I saw something that had to do with what I'm good at, and it's angles. I have a certain special advantage. You know what I'm talking about with certain things. And one of those is like geometrical and spatial type of reasoning. And I saw something, and everything fell apart. Like everything that they said fell apart because what they said was going on at a certain time, and they had actual footage of that time frame in their timeline, and I can tell the time by just looking at the ground. And I knew where they were standing because I'm from the area, and everything just literally told me that this is not something that they're just doing and filling in space. Like I'm watching a fucking cover up that was saved for 14 years just in case something like this would happen. And I know I'm going to sound crazy for saying this, but I know what day it is. I know what time it is. And I know why you're saying that this happened on this day and that day. But everything that they were doing in the video is backwards. When they say it's this day, it's another day. When they say it's this time, it's another time. The sun doesn't lie. And it's like, if some people that know me will tell you that I can unscramble an egg. And I don't mean that to exaggerate or sound special, or you have to be born with certain, yeah. So that being said, I can, for some things, for me to figure them out, it's effortless. And some things for me, are a little bit more difficult for me to really, it's taken time for me to understand certain things that people take normally. But I mean, as I've grown older, I've learned how to, for certain types of like interactions with people, I've learned how other people, I guess, socialize. And I'm not like I said, I'm not good at reading facial expressions or like body language, but I am really good at understanding patterns in human behavior as I try to navigate normal interactions. I notice patterns of social behavior that other people don't, and from that I come up with the theories that I do for these types of cases. And this case with Ray Rivera, it's I suggest you watch it. But I mean, on Unsolved Mysteries season 1 episode 1, it's titled Mystery on the Rooftop. It's the type of case that when I noticed certain things, I realized fuck, for me to explain this, the only way that I can explain it is in video format, because if I'm just telling it to you, you're not going to understand what I'm saying. But if you watch this Unsolved Mysteries episode and I edit a video that shows you the dates, the times of certain things and certain people and their interactions and the receipts of their interactions, you'll see what happened to him. And it's fucked up. That's what I'm going to say to that. So I've just about finished that documentary. And it's one of those things that, like, at first, like, people that know me, when I first told a couple of my friends, it's like, you see that Ray Rivera thing? And these are people that are from the era. They didn't know exactly who he was, but they know kind of just what they heard, like, oh, some dude jumped off this building. And then they're like, yeah, I remember that. And they're like, and then I'm like this, I'm like, and they're like, no. And I'm like, and then I show them my the work in progress, and they're like, oh shit. I've had a couple people that I know closely that have watched an hour, and I'm telling you, this documentary is almost 3 hours long. I'm serious. That it brought they were familiar with this case from just what's been said on the internet and watching Unsolved Mysteries, and then they're like, I have literally cried in my house, like cried, like tears and shit. They're like, and I'm not saying that to look. I'm just telling you objectively what this is, and the reason why I'm not giving a whole bunch of details about it is because I'm better at explaining details with a visual reference. And there's a lot of visual references that I have and a lot of information for this. And this is it's a mess, but it's a much bigger mess for those who've tried to cover this up. And I sometimes don't even talk about it because calling me a conspiracy theorist is just annoying. It's dismissive, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But when it comes to shit like this, I fucking does this. I literally I do this, and I'll just say, like, it's the most other cases I'm into the other cases I work on, but I come back and make this Ray Rivera documentary better and better and better, and I do that because I only have one shot to make this shit hit. It's not a series. It's like 3 hours long, and it's all information. Just the way you see my videos now, they're like 10 minutes, 12 minutes, or 30 minutes long, and it has so much information. You can't get up, use the bathroom, and then come back and think that you're gonna pick up where you left off on any of my videos. It's not fucking happening. So you have to sit there and watch it the whole time. It's like that, but for 3 hours, and it's straight information. I'm not playing games out here. So, but Monjeezy, I'll just answer you. Do you think of a neighboring building, helicopter? Nope. None of the above. And definitely not a helicopter. Helicopters wouldn't be able to fly over that building. It's if you've ever been in a helicopter before, helicopters are hella loud and they run on jet engines, just like the engines you would be on you go on your Southwest flight and you hear that like burst before the things start going. That's jet engine, and helicopters have jet engines. So before the rotors start going, you'll hear that high pitched sound. And then all those jet engines are connected to the rotor, and that's what gets that going. But helicopters are just like with a regular airplane, right? You have like a fixed wing, you have the lift and the drag that goes over it. A rotary wing, a helicopter, just does that. It rotates and it causes a vortex that pushes the helicopter up with lift. But the way that Belvedere is, that building is concave. If the air from the helicopter were to push down, it would swing back up and knock the helicopter out the air. I used to be like really into helicopters. There's no helicopter that would be able to hover over that and stay stable, let alone like throw someone over. So, nah, definitely not a helicopter. Not an adjacent building. There are no other adjacent buildings close to that for anything like that to happen. So, but yo, I'm getting hella sleepy. I appreciate y'all paying attention to me ramble for 5 hours. So I'm gonna say goodnight. Y'all be safe.